Guys, I did a little bit of painting yesterday on the miniature. Off stream, I know. I did this little leathery belt going around its waist. I'm assuming at least that's what a lizard waist looks like. Pretty pleased with how that turned out, I'm not gonna lie. Even though it's one of the least exciting parts of the entire mini, I do think it looks good. And I think in general, this entire miniature is by far the nicest thing I've painted, assuming I can finish it up to this standard. Now, of course, one of the big things on this mini is the little goblins on the back. So today, we're going to start painting them. It's gonna be a little bit of a project. I wanted to do a pretty muted color, I think. Like, I don't really want it to be like super in-your-face green. Although I'll still go relatively green, I suppose, but yeah. Thank you. I'm glad with the way that the mini has turned out so far. I can do a little bit more refinement in some sections for sure, and we may as well go ahead and do that at a later time, but yeah. It is goblin time. Do we start with the heads and the skin and all that? I think we'll have to start with the skin and the head and all that, right? It just makes the most sense. Yeah, I think it's just a good idea. So I figured I want to go with like a relatively muted color. I think I'm gonna do a little bit of this. I mean, it's quite bright, but I'll have to make sure that we remove most of like the... Like, we'll just do this as a base coat and we'll see. If it's too bright, I may change it. I want it to be relatively muted. I was thinking maybe going like a little bit more... What do you guys think? Like, I'm actually genuinely interested in your input. I'm not sure. I have a couple different colors that I could use. I'm not sure what the best color for their skin would be. We can go with something like that as well. You think the first paint? The one I originally said I might want to do? Okay. We'll go with some Scar Snick Green. If I don't like it, I may change it. You think the yellowish one would be better? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I'm not sure. I think I'm gonna do Scarsnick and highlight it with Creek Khaki, and then shade it with Incubi. So I think this combination over here should do reasonably well. Something like that. Something like that should be good, I think. I may also shade it actually with like the Athonian camo shade. This is like the all-over shade. Maybe. Well, anyways, we'll start with the Scarsnick Green, and if I don't like it, I may change it. Either way, we gotta shake the devil out of it. Very important to shake the shit out of your paints. Am I 12 years old? Wait, oh, it does say 12 plus on the side. I never noticed that before. I am over the age of 12. Some people would even call me an adult. I don't know who those people are though, and where they're getting that nonsense from, but... I need my little piece of paper. Oh God, I am not prepared yet. Normally I'm a prepared streamer. Today I am not a prepared streamer, it turns out. All my stuff is all over the place. I may have cut the timer short, but maybe I should have sorted myself out. Ay. Anyway. Let's give this a shot. I'll just mix a little bit of water in. I'm assuming this is gonna take at least 2 coats, because this paint doesn't have the biggest amount of... Is this a foot or is this a boot? I don't know. Yeah, this is definitely gonna take a couple of coats. I do need a nice strong opaque color here before we begin shading anything. And that is definitely not a nice opaque color. Then again, I'm covering up a black primer, which is one of the most tricky colors to go over, obviously, because it's the darkest color you can go. I know. You guys didn't know that. That's news for many of you, I'm sure. You thought this mini was finished? It is most definitely not. As a matter of fact, this mini is part of a little compilation of 2 of these similar looking miniatures. So after this entire one is done, I am maybe about halfway finished, at most. Because I have another Mangler Squig to paint. Yeah, by area, this mini is about maybe not even 40%, I would say. Although maybe I'll be faster for the second one, I don't know. By area, I guess, yeah, maybe about 40% is actually right. I wonder if I'm gonna regret not keeping these separate. Because I could have kept these separate and painting them would have been a hell of a lot easier. But Loco from the past was like, nah, you can figure it out. I could have painted them separately and then glued them on after finishing them. Because this was actually a very easy sub-assembly to do, but... You remember when you painted it plain, all yellow? Yeah, that would be quicker. Just painting something all yellow and just one nice base coat. That would certainly speed things along. I mean, you can still do that with Warhammer minis too, dude. There's no rules. You can paint them however you like. If you want to whip out the spray can and paint the whole miniature one color, you can do whatever you like. I'm going with a few colors though. Just a handful. A little bit different. I think I'm gonna put some purple hues in the clothing of these guys. We'll keep it mostly black though, because I don't want these guys to stand out too much. So we'll keep it pretty muted across the board, but I don't know if you actually have differently colored goblins. I think pretty much all of them have a green skin, right? Or like a greenish skin. But maybe there are some different colors in the Warhammer world, I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to be a goblin racist, dude. And assume every single one of them is green, ay, ay, ay. Maybe I'm a horrible person, Chet, I had no idea. I didn't mean it like that. Hold up. Yeah, this is covering like absolute garbage. We need to make sure we get that into a nice opaque color before we move on. But we'll do the other guys first as well. I'm assuming this is gonna take a minimum of 3 coats. There's not that much skin though to cover, it's pretty quick. Gotta be a little careful because I don't accidentally want to paint the skin of the squig if I don't have to. I don't really care about overspilling onto onto the ropes. Like I'll have to base coat the ropes a little bit anyways later. So I don't mind spilling onto that too much. But I do want to be careful around any parts that could be close to the Mangler Squig itself. It is likely I'm gonna spill. So, you know, don't want to get too upset at me either if I end up spilling, but if I can avoid it, it would save me time. So I'm just being a little bit careful. The Squig skin looks awesome. Yeah, I'm very pleased with how it's turned out. We still have to do the little spikes, by the way. It's got spikes all over and some other tiny little details too. Those will still have to be done, but yeah, glad you like it. Little bits and pieces that still need to be finished up. But I'm taking my sweet time for every single part of the mini. I mean, I could spend longer, to be fair. Yeah, especially little paint sections like that are a little bit sketchy. Could someone skip this song? I don't like this song. It's in my playlist, but I'm too lazy to remove it out of the playlist. Okay, fine, I'll skip it myself if if nobody else can control my stream. Jeez. Fine. Can't believe none of you, took over my mouse control right there for a little bit. Actually, I would be very surprised if you would suddenly take over my mouse. That would be a little sketchy. You would be a hacker, man. You tried? Thank you, Loco Mooney. Or Echo Steel Rotter. What's up, Loco Mooney? Thank you as well, Loco Mooney, for existing and being here. Do I name my miniatures? This one, no. I mean, it's called a Mangler Squig. Do I have to give them myself a separate name? I never even really thought about that. I do like these little compilation minis though, like these little dioramas. This is kind of like a little miniature diorama. Now this exact model is called a Mangler Squig if you want to go and paint it yourself. It is called a Mangler Squig, but I think that's just the type of animal. Apparently they're basically like Warhammer banelings. Apparently these things explode when they die. Yeah, this part is going to be annoying to hit. Okay. And then the feet. This guy has a couple of feet hanging from the back. Hope he's not ticklish. To be fair, the hardest to reach sections here that are going to be the most annoying to paint are also going to be the sections that will be mostly hidden. Like they're going to be very hard to see. So maybe it doesn't matter too much. if it's just completely black. This is one of the reasons actually to use a black primer. Because even the hardest to reach sections are just going to be pure black, and generally speaking that's going to be the hardest, most recessed area of a miniature too. So it's going to be the darkest part anyway. Okay, coat number 1. On the little goblin, guys. Of the skin anyways, done. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da. I want to paint very thin, mostly because I don't want to clobber up any of the details. It would go a bit quicker if I were to thin it less, but we then run the risk that we actually make the details ugly. Don't want to just scoop a bunch of paint in every single one of them and then let it dry, right? It's gonna look ugly. Second layer is already covering better though. Yeah. Second layer covers way better. Okay. I'm using a pretty big brush, by the way, which is probably suboptimal as far as spillage goes, but I've already spilled anyways. So we'll switch to something a little bit smaller when we do the next sections. It happens. The scale of this is extremely small though, so it's a bit tricky to paint everything well. How's Twitch behaving, by the way, over the weekend? There were a lot of disconnects. I think this was Friday, and Saturday we had a few hiccups as well. Don't know if you guys have been watching any Twitch on Sunday or maybe earlier today, but some random disconnections. You didn't have any issues? You don't watch other streamers though? Right, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. So on my stream you didn't have any issues is what you're trying to say. You were watching the VODs. I'm guessing that's what you mean, right? Streams so great, you have to watch them twice. Yeah, there were some issues. The servers were basically shutting down, it seemed. Which was kind of annoying. I had this was, I think, on Friday when I was doing the final boss of Expedition 33. Like, literally the climax of the story. And Twitch was like, yo, we're gonna disconnect, bye! I was like, Twitch, no! I did this like 4 times in an hour. A little bit annoying, but it is what it is. Did I watch the Canadian Grand Prix? I did, yeah. Pretty fun race. First time this season that the McLarens didn't look absolutely unbeatable. Yeah, we have arrived at the papaya incident. But you know, that was a papaya incident for, what was it, 4th or 5th place, you know? I kind of expected they would clash for 1st place at some point in the season, but this was relatively tame. An incident, yeah. It's a Formula 1 meme. I think about a year or 2 ago, a video popped up of Charles Leclerc back when he was karting. And I think he must have been like maybe 10 years old or something. And he mispronounced the word incident. He said incident instead. And now every single one of the Formula 1 drivers keeps calling an incident rather than an incident. Ultimately, these guys grew up together. So even though, you know, on track they are competitors, off track they, you know, they live in the same city for the most part, right? A lot of them live in Monaco. And they've known each other for decades, so, you know. At least the guys that are in like their 20s, late 20s or so. Wait, did they drive over something again? Really? Oh, I missed that part. Was that during the race? I was watching the race live. Lewis hit a groundhog? Oh. Oh, that's why he had damage? I realized he had damage, but I was painting this belt while I was watching Formula 1. So I was kind of listening, you know, off to the side. I missed him hitting, yeah, it's kind of sad. Sometimes there's like animals and stuff that wander onto the track. In some regions, it's more common than in other places. Turns out most animals are not very good when you drive into them at 300 kilometers an hour. It's a bit sad. Yeah. No, they've made a lot of improvements as far as safety goes over the years. It's still a little iffy sometimes, man, especially in like the pit lane and stuff. It seems to be quite common that one of the guys can just barely jump out of the way of a car. Like, obviously they're not going very fast in the pit lane compared to on track, but I don't think they had safety regulations 50 years ago, man. They just fucking winged it. Next race, I believe, is in Austria. It is shaping up to be a pretty good season, though. Like, I can still 100% see Max, like, suddenly jumping in and still taking world champion, you know? It is very much so McLaren's to lose, but Max is still dangerous, which is nice to see. Max winning World Cup or World Championship driver this year would be kind of insane. The car really does seem hot garbage. It's actually kind of insane how bad it seems. I guess for this particular race, it looked better than previous ones, but it's nothing like what they had in 2023. Yeah, Tsunoda, man, ay. I was surprised he got a 10th place grid penalty though. Actually insane. I've not seen the guy that mad before. I think he was really holding it back, but he was not happy. All right, second coat. Do you think it's good enough? I think it's good enough. I think 2 coats will do the trick. Oh yeah, he's very explosive. I like that though, dude. It's so common these days to see like all sports people to just behave like robots.
Happy birthday, Loco.
EO2, thank you so much. 92 months. And the first person in the chat to remember that today is not my birthday. Thank you, too. Appreciate that. Now, you know, like all sports people seem to be like all media trained and stuff, and like they're all kind of like, I mean, I don't want to say plain. Maybe that's a mean thing to say, but many of them definitely don't tell you the full story of how they're feeling. I think I'm gonna do one quick coat. It's still looking a little bit shabby in some spots. I like seeing sports people be a little bit more expressive. Did I face the hardest boss in Expedition 33? I did none of the side content, I don't think. Yo, Deckno!
Happy birthday, Loco _.
Thank you, dude. Thank you for also remembering that today is not my birthday. I appreciate that very much. Merci. Bocope. What do you think of my pronunciation of Bocope? Good, right? Avec plaisir. Merci. I have been notified by French speakers that apparently saying j'ai une très grosse bite is not something you regularly say out in the open. Apparently that is Apparently that's a bit of a strange thing to say to strangers in particular. Fascinating. I had no idea, man. They lie to you, Loco? We say it all the time. I knew it! I will trust you. Simon is the hardest boss in Expedition 33? Thank you, Chad. Wait, there's a character named Simon in that game? There's a hidden boss named Simon? Really? Huh. I did not know that. Simon performs a short combo and it's 12 attacks. That sounds really fun, guys. Let me see. I think I'm gonna do the Coelia green shade. Wait, this is Athonian green shade. Do I have Coelia Green Shade? Oh, I don't think I have it. No, I don't have that one. I think Athonian will work though. It's gonna make it a little bit more yellowy, but it should be fine. He's got a sword that's twice the size of him. Is he a Final Fantasy character? He sounds like a Final Fantasy character to me. After each of his turns, he drains HP on one of your characters to 1 and steals shields of your party. You can't dodge or parry it. He either deletes every dead member or so you... Okay. Yeah, I don't know, dude. That doesn't sound fun to me at all. Maybe it's fun to some, but that seems like something that, especially me, I might be better off avoiding it. That sounds like a bit of a rage inducer. Maybe really fun to watch, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I'll mix in a little bit of Lamian Medium. Mostly just because I don't really know exactly how this is going to behave with this paint. So I'll kind of mix these two together and create like a softer version of it. A more runny version of the paint as well. Which is gonna hopefully make it settle a little bit better into all of the nooks and crannies. Although to be fair, the goblins don't have a whole lot of those, but... This is gonna be our first shade. Add a little bit of color variety to the skin. Yeah, we can go a bit darker than this. I'll mix in a little bit more of the Athonian. Make the ratio just a little bit thicker. I started a new run of Oxygen Not Included on Saturday. Just for giggles, really. And then I spent most of yesterday thinking about my Oxygen Not Included run. When it drops below 30%, he deletes your current party and you have to finish the fight with your backup. Oh my god. Did you actually beat him? That sounds very painful. It is nice that they have added a lot of side content though, like a lot of bonus stuff if you want to continue playing. Post the story finishing. You've beaten him? Okay, nice. It sounds rather painful. I'm just applying the shade, by the way, all over. I can't wait for the one guy in the YouTube comments to be very disappointed about me not going on with the game after finishing the main story. You think getting to the final section of the main story is the end of the game, Loco? Rah! You haven't even scratched the surface of it, lol. Play the rest of it. You're used to me never doing side stories or side content? Yeah, I don't really do a lot of it, huh? I have learned over the years of streaming and playing video games on the internet, though, that I have the tendency to play video games wrong. I didn't even know that that was possible. I I do find it very funny though. You have people coming out that have watched like literally 25 hours, right? Of like free content. They can just watch whatever. And there is absolutely no reference to like, hey, nice of you to play this game. No, no, no. We go straight to like bitching and complaining about me playing the game wrong. It's like, I watched for 25 hours, but also, I'm very angry at you and please don't ever do this again. It's like, geez, man, come on. We could be a little bit polite about it. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think as a content creator though, it is important to remember that most people will let you know when they don't like something, but they won't let you know when they do like something. And that's fine. But sometimes I think if you read into comments too frequently, it may sound like most people that are watching don't actually enjoy what you do. When in reality, the majority of people that do enjoy what you do won't say anything. That's just life. Let's go on Suta. Hello. How are you doing? You're still alive? Good, good, good. Please stay alive. But I think that's where a lot of content creators get a little tilted though. The vocal minority can sometimes be quite frustrating. And I like to think that I am mostly immune to it, but there are definitely moments when you're like, nope, I should not be reading YouTube comments today. Not because I don't love you guys, but because I know it's gonna fuck me up if I do. better we skip it. We'll be back tomorrow. Or whenever. But you finally got your internet back after 4 days of missiles. Oh shit. Hope you're doing okay, Suta. Dang. Where are you located? Oh, you're in Iran? Dang. That is crazy, dude. You've been dealing with missiles over the weekend. That's wild. You doing okay though? Sounds terrifying. It's kind of like a free fireworks show. That does sound terrifying, yeah. Whew. I'm gonna mix in, I'm also gonna grab my smaller brush. I'm gonna mix in a little bit of Incubi Darkness into the Lamium Medium. Actually, I'll do it in the previous mix, which is gonna be for the deeper shades. So I wanna do this a little bit more precise. I'll mix a little bit of extra lamium in it too. It's going to be quite nice for recess shading. And this is really going to be a different tone for sure. When did I color the little goblins? That's what I've been doing today so far. So I just started, I don't know, maybe 40 minutes ago. Today I'm working on the little goblin guys. They need a lot more work. I'm doing the same setup as the main mini where I'm starting with a base coat and then I'm doing the shadows first. So I'm trying to do multiple stages of shadowing for each of the minis now. So I just did a pretty soft shade and now we're going for like a deeper shade for each of the most recessed parts. Really tried to create that separation. And then we'll relayer some of the original base coat skin color in some of the areas that I've accidentally overspilled. And then I'll start working on some highlighting. So I don't know if you can see that, but the little knuckle bits, really trying to control how much paint goes in there. So if we let that shade settle over there, it should be good. Obviously, this entire bottom section of the arm is going to be a recessed as well, so that needs to be shadowed. That needs to be shaded. And the top of this arm can also, into some of these little nooks and crannies, we can put a little bit of paint. I'm also using this to create a little bit of color variety. Dang, I just licked my brush with paint still on it. I love the flavor of paint. Merci. Newbie mistake. Do they feel motion sick? I think so, man. These little squigs are not easy to hold, it seems. Trying to soak up any of the excess by cleaning the brush, drying it, and then just dipping the brush into the little flooded sections. Yeah, so those knuckles are already starting to look a little bit more emphasized, which is good. And we'll do multiple passes of this, so we'll go to the next hand and we'll paint until I think it looks good. What's going on, Zaber? How are you doing today? Zaber Flash. Do a little bit on the face. So I want some to settle underneath the lip and underneath the chin as well. I think actually above the lip as well. Need a little bit of shade over here at the base of the nose. I managed to, by the way, get a couple of little tiny spots on one of the teeth. I don't know if you can see it, but this tooth has a bunch of annoying little collars on it. I'm not sure what happened there. We'll have to tidy some of those up. There's like little tiny black spots on the top of the tooth. I don't know if they show up on stream, but sadly, we'll have to go back in and tidy some of that up. I don't know how that happened. Maybe I was busy beating the devil out of it, you know? Out of my brush, that is. And I flicked. I don't know what the past tense of flicking is. I flicked some tiny little dark spots all over the teeth, which is a bit annoying, because those are looking pretty fine. Oh well. Am I gonna play alters in the future? I haven't seen anyone play alters. Is it good? I think you're the first person to bring it up. I think I do have it on my list to keep an eye out on. I didn't even realize it was out. I just recently did some Battlecruiser Rush videos. How does that count? Gogarious. I don't know how much of an influence I have on the latter, but my ego goes up when I upload Battlecruiser videos and you mention that people are Battlecruiser rushing. That's kind of cool. Probably coincidence, but still. I wonder how much YouTube videos have an influence on the meta on the StarCraft 2 ladder. Not just mine, but also obviously like Hearthstones, Winters, whatever. Hard to say. Well, I'm not the trend center. It'd be Gumio, Lokamuni. Gumio is the one doing it. I'm just trying to shine a highlight on it. The Gumi God, man. Every StarCraft player loves Gumio, I'm pretty sure. Genuinely such a fun player to watch. Do a very thin coat all over. Okay. And little goblin guys starting to take shape, right? Compared to an hour ago, when they were black. I like tickling toes, dude, is what I do, MTG. Welcome to the stream. Hell of a first time chatter message. Yeah, tickle those toes. Mm. It's like I'm on OnlyFans all of a sudden. I think. I don't know what happens on OnlyFans chat. I think. Thank you, man. I'm really liking it. We gotta go a little darker still. Yeah, we gotta go a little darker still in the shadows. I'm gonna mix in a little bit more of the good old pure Incubi darkness. I'll have to make sure we're really running this only into the most recessed bits. I'll get a little bit of, I have a little bit of null oil from yesterday still on my palette that I'm also mixing in. Really for just the deepest sections, the most shadowed areas. For example, the separation here between the fingers. Wash the brush, wipe it off, soak up some of the excess. These paints tend to be quite glossy. I did mix in a little bit of Lamia medium to try and prevent that a bit, I suppose, but it is still going to dry up more glossy than I want it to be, so we'll definitely have to get a little bit of color, or a little bit of the matte varnish over all of this. Which I was planning on doing anyway, because that's what I've been doing all over. Seems to tie everything together quite nicely. Wipe it off. Feather it out a bit, okay. What varnish do I use? I've been using mostly this stuff. This seems to be the gold standard, what most of the internet people do. I don't really have any experience with any other matte varnishes, but Ultra Matte by AK is very popular in the mini painting world. And a little bottle like this is like $5 and it lasts forever. So I don't think I'm really gonna try any others out anytime soon either. Because you just need like very small amounts. It is extremely matte though. Like it's called ultra matte and it's extremely matte. So you might want to mix it with something a little bit more glossy if that's not what you're after. I think I may actually mix in a little bit of a gloss varnish as well when I apply the final one. Just to try and bring a little bit of shine back. But for like the individual bits of varnishing I do in between with the brush, you know, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to do a mix. We'll do like an all-over spray with the airbrush when I'm done. And that should be good enough. I'm kind of treating varnishing right now as a quick save. No, I use both, but it's just that if I use the airbrush, I need to clean it and stuff, and I kind of like to just apply a little bit of varnish and then clean my brushes and call it a day. So I'm just kind of, you know, so I'm always a little bit concerned of accidentally rubbing the paint off, right? So I'm kind of applying the varnish over the painted sections, mostly just as like a way to protect it a bit and at least hopefully not rub any paint off. And it also ties everything together quite well. But like some of the mini is kind of messed up right now. Like if you look at the nose ring, for example, it's not glossy at all. It's the same for like the tongue. The tongue is way too matte. It's the same for the little slimy bits, you know, like the little slimy bits over here on the sides. Like the bit that's hanging off of his tongue. It's entirely matte, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. Yeah, there are spray can varnishes. I have never used them, but they do definitely exist. What's going on, Johnny? Not really able to watch you a lot. You brushing a mini during the workday of many looks like the dream. Thank you. It is an absolute blast. I will be honest with you. I love streaming, and I love mini painting. This does feel like kind of like a IRL life hack, you know? I'm like, I've accidentally tricked these people into watching me do whatever. Through the power of free will, they have still shown up here. Got him. Thank you, though, for tuning in. I appreciate it. Yo, my Hafsel. Thank you very much for the 49 months. I like cooking. I cook, yeah. Local cooking videos. I'm not gonna say I'm a chef, but I can follow a build order, which is basically what cooking is. Will it be edible? Oh, absolutely. When I'm cooking just for myself, though, I will tell you that I mostly cook for nutrition, mostly. That's really all it. I do care about taste, obviously, but I'm mostly concerned with dumb things like trying to make sure I don't eat like an absolute pig and trying to make sure I eat a sufficient amount of, you know, protein. Very boring. Main goal not so much being taste, but nutrition. Steak and asparagus? Mate, you think I'm rich, Lokomuni? Steak and asparagus every day? I think it would get boring, but also that's expensive. We don't have a ton of fast food in the Netherlands compared to like the States, but we don't eat a ton of fast food really. Does pizza count as fast food? I do like pizza. I could go pizza right now, Chad. Can we go? Yeah. What a great idea. It depends on the pizza. What's going on, Will? Welcome, welcome. Will of the Brush. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday so far. I'm painting up my first ever Goblins on the back of a Mangler Squig. Mostly working on the shading here. I really like feet, yeah. I'm big into feet. Goblin feet in particular. Quentin Tarantino and me are buddies. No, I'm not big into feet, Chet. But this guy does have feet and I need to paint them. Monaco would approve, yes. Do we have to go darker still, Chet, with the shadows? I think we do. I think I'm going to glaze almost like a near pure incubi darkness. Yeah, I could do like a purple wash. I'm mostly trying to think of the steps I did on the orc that I painted a few months back. The orc turned out really nice. But I also want it to be pretty smooth. And I think mixing in purple is going to make it just harder, but I was thinking about mixing in some purple on their ropes, actually. Yeah, I will definitely go brighter. We have to go a lot brighter. Pretty good. Honestly, just doubling up on the coats may be all I really need to do here. Make it a little bit darker. Okay. One thing you can also do actually is mix in a little bit of like a matte varnish into the glazing mix, which I've seen some folks do on the internet, and that allows you to kind of just have it not be glossy in the first place. Just have like a little drop of varnish on your palette and mix that in. Yeah, because it's a bit glossy in some sections now. I don't know how noticeable that is on stream, but okay. Next up, we got to do a little bit of relayering of the original color onto all of the skin. Tidy up some of the splashes and stuff. And then I want to go a little step brighter for the highlights. I'll start with some Creek Khaki. So this over here is the original base coat. And I want to go into a little bit more of a yellowy direction, which I think should look pretty good. You just started working on Orc Commando Killbox? Ooh. I painted an orc that I'm pretty proud of a couple months ago. Age of Sigmar though, not Kill Team, but this one took me forever. If I do an entire box like this, it's gonna take a long time. Very pleased with how that thing turned out. So I'm kind of aiming for like a relatively similar skin tone on these guys, I suppose. Slightly different base coat though, or base color. Okay, let's tidy up some of the color here. Yeah, I don't paint armies, I just paint individual minis that I think are fun. And these are very fun. I do paint a lot of hero units, yeah. A lot of named characters. I think it's also fun for stream though, because if I'm like painting a fucking year of orcs, you know, I mean, it could be fun, but I can imagine at some point, this is your first squad? Okay, I see. You want to see if you can paint 12 of them to a display standard? You're gonna be about 3 deep and then lose the will to live? Yeah, then you have a new box and you're like, ooh, Space Wolves. But you can always come back to them later. If you end up losing a little bit of fun. Ultimately, hobby time is meant to be fun, right? Forcing yourself to paint an entire box word when you really don't feel like it is also kind of lame. Well, Archon Studios is working on some StarCraft miniatures, dude. We're kind of hyped for those. Could be really fun. The Trench Crusade, is that new war game? I think I watched a YouTube video on that. I think that's that new war game that allows you to just 3D print and they just give you all the info and stuff, right? I don't know what their business model is. Seems like most miniature games out there, you know, they make money when you buy miniatures. But I know there's a few that just allow you, like they literally just give you the files to go ahead and print them yourself, which is kind of neat, I guess. You did the same thing, you got the orc kill team, and so far you got 1 out of 10 painted. But the orc kill team is way better value than buying a 1 box of 5 miniatures, man. You could buy 16 if you just spent 20 more. Like, you can get 5 minis for 50 bucks or 16 for 80. They fucking upsell you in your face. They're like, I mean, it'd be a waste if I, you know, I get 3 times as much for like a 20% increase in cost. That is just easy, you know. I'd be throwing away money if I don't get the more expensive version. Skip ad? Oh, subscribers of the stream never see any ads, strategic. Just pointing it out. Not implying anything, I'm just saying, you know. Yeah, the only ads you can't skip are the ones I sell out directly on stream. Yeah, that's true. Just know that when you do see ads, at least the streamer does get a little bit of money. I get it though. Streamers do believe it, or believe it or not, they do actually eat food and stuff. You do have to buy that. I know. Am I painting myself? I'm not a green skin. Being a green skin does seem pretty fun though. These guys always seem to have a blast. They seem to be enjoying themselves. You got me there, Degno. GG. GG. Now, as a streamer, it is your job to guilt trip people a little bit when they admit to using adblock, even though I completely get it. Just a little bit, you know, just a smidgen of guilt trip. Not too much. You officially unemployed since your college days are almost over? Yo! I'm assuming that means you graduate? Or you drop out. Either way, GLHF. GG. Dropout gang represent. Where are my fellow dropouts at? Okay. We're a group of unemployed people. Not everybody here is unemployed. Many people right now are actually employed as they are watching this. Yeah. They just kind of have me hiding somewhere in a tab. Or maybe they're like, I don't know, secretly watching while at work. Or some of them are blatantly watching at work, you know? The real chats, they don't care. They just have me on the monitor at work in the middle of the office. Nobody's gonna do anything about it. They give their colleagues the signature look of superiority whenever they say something about it. It's called research? Ah, yeah. Don't sell us out, Loco. Oh yeah, sorry. Yo, Loska, 96 months.
Hi,
Wait a
Loco.
second.
How are you doing?
96 months. That is, bro. I'll put the miniature down. That's 8 years. Thank you. Thank you extremely much. I don't even know if that's a correct English sentence, but it doesn't matter. Thank you. I just opened my computer, Loco. I dared to. Okay, yeah. You work from home. There you go. Working from home might also be overpowered. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of highlighting. I want to do some pretty thin glazes. Working from home is OP. You should try. Dude, my commute is walking up the staircase, Joja. It's amazing. Okay. Building up a little bit of brightness. Tip of the nose definitely needs to be pretty bright. What color eye should the goblin have? I guess red? Red sounds about right. Yeah, like an angry red color, I guess, makes a lot of sense. Looking at the box art, that seems to be what the guys have. Top of the heads need to be bright. So we'll try to do some glazes towards the top of the head. Top of the ears. Same idea. Top of the brow. Bottom of the ear. Okay. Gotta get a better angle for the other side of the ear. I want to keep all of this pretty smooth. Although, as always, I don't care about seeing brush strokes in the end, but keep in mind that this side, the left side, your left side, is where the light is shooting, or it should be coming from. So that side of the mini should be slightly brighter. Though honestly, I think for these minis, for these little guys, it doesn't matter too much. Let's go to the other hand. Unemployment is pretty compatible with watching Loco. There you go. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but still. You bought 2 waifus for $380 US? All right, Alter. I'm glad to see you spending your money wisely. More waifus equals more love. Okay. This little goblin guy over here definitely needs to have some highlights too. A little bit more water on my palette. His nose needs to be nice and bright. Same for his cheekbones over here. Trying to stay out of the center bit. Trying to stay out of the recesses. Okay. You're still at the mercy of RNG, aka gacha. Yeah, I will never understand playing gacha games to that level, dude. The way you describe it to me is basically the same way as people justify gambling to me. It's like, I don't know, dude, it's not really my jam. Will I play Balatro? No. There were some issues with stuff getting demonetized because they were playing Balatro and because the automated system thought it was a gambling game because it's based on poker. Even though I know the game supposedly is awesome. I may actually end up getting it on my phone and just play it off stream actually because I heard it's on mobile. I've always liked things like poker and all that, but it's a bit sketchy, I think, as a streamer. I don't know, it doesn't feel right. Yeah, obviously Inscription has cards, but it's not the same as, you know. Balatro is very clearly a step closer. Okay, we're gonna do Pure Creek Kaki for some brighter highlights. These are our mostly yellow. It's like a yellowish green. I want to make some thin lines over here that look like... Okay, there we go. That's good. Looks like the fingers right over there. Yo, Crimson, gifting us up to Bob Ross. Huge. Welcome. Getting the skin right on these guys is a little bit tricky, but What time is it? Okay. I'll do like another half hour or so of painting. Then we're gonna switch to a little bit of gaming. A little bit of gaming, dude. Starting with StarCraft. Yeah, I will a little bit with Topia. I'm gonna do probably one more stream where we allow backseating. I'm gonna try and solve some of the puzzles that I still want to check out. I think that's a good thing to do, right? Because I'm a little bit aimless right now in Blueprints ever since I finished the game. But there's still a lot to do, but also none of it really excites me too much. But there are still some low-hanging puzzles that I would like to check out. I really like how some of these colors always work, man. So we've effectively like shaded a lot of the green with a blue, and now we're highlighting a lot of the green with like a yellow. They still have some green hues in them, obviously, but it's kind of interesting how it actually works. Obviously, these paints are quite transparent, so we can still see the layers underneath, and because of that, the colors kind of work out a bit differently, but got a little bit of the shade again on my brush. In some of the sections where it doesn't look quite as clean. Trying to smooth some of this out. This guy is turning out pretty good so far, right? The dude on the right. This guy that I've been painting up. I want to go a little bit more bright towards the top of his head. What's up, Altron? What's up, Bob? Good morning. think I'm gonna mix just a tiny amount of white into the color too. When I see a magic trick, absolutely Adzilla. Just gonna mix in a tiny little bit of white into the Krikaki for some super bright highlights. It's gonna make it a very off-white color. Want to be very careful with this. Like top of the knuckles, top of the nose, that sort of thing. Little tiny dots. Make it look like the skin is stretched. What is going on, Saba? What is this monster we're looking at? I know. The Goblins are trying to take control over it too, man. They're trying to see if they can potentially keep it in check, but doesn't seem to be going too well. Using the side of the brush here, where possible. Very thin lines within the previous highlight step, or highlight step. How many minis have I painted? About a shelf's worth. Whatever that means. I don't really know in absolute numbers, but I've been painting for a little while. Not multiple rooms worth, though. Not yet. Well, at this tempo, I'm never going to be able to fill up a room, I don't think, man. This is a pretty slow going process. But I'm noticing I'm liking the slower painting a lot more than the faster painting. I'm going to relayer the shadows here a little bit. There we go. Okay, what do we think of this little guy? Maybe the shadow, maybe the light is a little bit, okay. Anyways, I think it's looking pretty nice. We'll have to wait until this is properly dried. But he's coming along. It's difficult for me to show it on stream properly. Hold up, maybe I can use the other camera. Does this work? Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to get the focus right. Ah. No, this is not easier. The guy is just so freaking tiny that it's difficult to get it properly into the stream, or to get it properly in focus. I think I may actually do a tiny bit of glazing of the original color again. Just to smooth everything out just a tad. Especially over here, I don't really love it. Smooth out some of those little transitionary bits here. Yeah, I need a macro like a macro lens for this sort of thing. High quality macro lenses are expensive though, dude. Maybe one day. I think my stream quality is already pretty strong. Trying to smooth out some of these harsher transitions here. That's what we need to do, Mr. Shine, exactly. I think that's gonna be a, you know, a long project. I'll try to live up to your standards. It'll be a difficult goal to aim for, but hey. It's good to have goals. Okay. You have no standards? Oh, never mind. Okay, I'm gonna do the little eye socket on this guy. I'm gonna try and see if I can paint the eyeball in as well. I wanna make the socket red. And then the eyeball itself, yellow. Yellow. Just hold your breath, Chet. It's easier to paint tiny little sections like that when you're not breathing. Suffocation, no breathing. Don't give a fuck. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. This is Mephiston Red, for those of you keeping track. I want a little bit of non-oil, I think. Just to try and shade a little bit around it. What's up, Blade? Yeah, breathing out slowly is a good way of doing it. I'm gonna maybe do like another, I don't know, I just want to finish up this eyeball. And then I'll clean my brushes. Grab some coffee. Very important to drink coffee, chat. Eyeball is very small though, so how long could it take? Just paint the eye. No, we're nearly done. Just paint the eyeball, dude. Okay. And I'm gonna do, I think, a tiny little yellow dot in the middle. This is an extremely bright yellow. I mean, you can kind of see it over here. Archery equals shooting equals painting. Very transferable skills. Yeah, equals surgery. Could you do surgery, Prometheus? Is there a doctor on the plane? No, but I do archery. I'm a miniature painter. I've got pretty steady hands. You could do it once. Yeah, maybe once. All right. I'm not gonna dilute this. This is already a pretty thin paint as it is. We're just gonna do a tiny little yellow dot, chat. That's all we need to do. Tiny little yellow dot. No dilution, bro. We're going in. I'm not gonna make my brush moist. I need this one a little bit bigger. Good enough? I do want to wash just a little bit more of the non-oil around it, I think. I think this one still has to be slightly bigger. Yeah, with eyeballs, you generally have to say at some point, good enough. Because I have found that when I think, I gotta do it better, when I try to redo it, it gets worse. And then you feel shitty because you could have just kept it, man. Yeah, this guy has one eye that's squinting, and then the other guy, or the other eye that's a little bit more open, so we gotta keep that in mind. I'm gonna do a little bit more of the non-oil. Around the eye socket. Just as a sort of shade around it. Don't want to flood it. But it will make it look a little bit more recessed, which is generally good. Okay. So the guy on the left is mostly just base coated and shaded. This guy is highlighted too. Do we have to go brighter, you think, or is it good enough? I want him to be I want him to be pretty pale. I think it's good enough, right? Honestly, if anything, the shading could be a little bit more emphasized again. It's kind of funny because I spent a lot of time shading today. I don't really love this section over here. I'm also thinking maybe the top of the head needs to be a little bit brighter. Make it look a little bit more cylindrical, you know? Because that's how brains work, right? Cylindrical brained people, where you at? Not sure about this arm. I feel like this arm is looking a little bit plain. Maybe it's fine. This guy's very fun. Yeah. I think I might glaze just a little bit more brightness towards the tip of the head. It would make sense. Okay. I think I'll keep the varnish until next time around when we continue doing these little guys. I will varnish the entire section here in one go. Okay, so here we go. About 2 hours. About 2 hours of painting on goblin skin. It looks nice, right? In contrast to the red of the main Squig. So he's got these flowy robes on. So I still need to do the guy on your left. That guy still has to be highlighted. The other one is looking pretty good. I think it goes pretty well, yeah. So I want to keep the ropes very dark with some maybe like purple shades. Or I want to keep them black with some purplish highlights, I suppose. That's what I'm thinking of right now. And we obviously have to do some other small details too, but it's coming along. Guys, I have been painting this particular miniature, which is part of a much larger miniature for a while now. And it's coming along. It is very nearly, let me see if I can maybe, there you go. It is very nearly finished. I did a little bit of painting off stream. I finished up the skin on both of the little goblin guys. Is it gonna focus on them? Yeah, kind of. I finished up the skin on the little goblin guys. I painted in the club. I did some of the leather details that are also surrounding the goblins. And it is coming along. It is coming along quite well. Today we're gonna do the robes of the goblins. Now obviously there's really not that much to it, like as far as absolute surface area goes. But I think it's gonna be a nice little bit. Look, who doesn't want to hang out with you? Or who doesn't want to hang out with you? I missed it. My cats. So I swapped around the room a tiny little bit just to see if I can bait them back in here. We're gonna. No, they hang out with me all the time, but just not during the stream anymore. There was a time and place where Milo in particular used to be here, and Toby actually too, where he used to be here every single stream. And then lately they're like, nah, human. Boring. I think I want to highlight with little purple details. That's the plan. I want to do some purpley, like very dark purpley highlights. So I have base coated all of this in black. And I'm gonna try and do a little bit of this mixed together, I think, with some of the black to try and create, like I want to make it very muted, right? I don't want to have it too sharp, but we'll try and see if we can maybe glaze those two colors a little tiny bit. See how it goes. I'm doing this on my palette. I'll try to paint in where the highlights should be. So again, this is all going to be at a slight angle. So we'll just apply some thin layers in sections where I expect the light to hit the most. I will just try to gradually build it up. He also actually has a little court over here on this particular one, it seems. Like a little, I don't know, like a little piece of rope, I guess, keeping the dress on. What's going on, Ellie? Want to be careful I don't accidentally hit any of the details that I've already painted. So I think we paint until about right over here. Any of the raised sections will do. I will just keep the black obviously fully in the recesses. I think my brush is kind of dying on me, by the way. Like this brush used to hold a very nice tip. And now it's starting to split. I think this brush is on its way out. Rest in pieces, brush. Is this even remotely visible? Do we see any color changes at all? Okay, no, I don't think so. I'll use a little bit of the pure dark purple. I think it might be a little bit too vague. Yeah, I have licked it. I've licked it copious amounts, Diaboli. Thank you for asking. I have licked the brush, but nothing happened. It was the saddest realization of my life. Of course I licked it. It'd be wrong not to. Okay, this color is a little bit more visible. Stay out a little recess bit. Go around the side a little bit. You painted a Dark Strider yesterday to add to your Pathfinder team. I have no idea what a Dark Strider is, but that sounds cool. I'm gonna have to paint in a little tiny bit of the green there on the foot when we're done, I think. Gonna be pretty tricky to stay out of all of those little details, but that's okay. It's a Tau Hero model? Ah, okay, I see. Nice. Yeah, I don't really know much about Tau. I feel like Tau doesn't pop up much in any of the books I've read so far. Maybe they're very big in the games or something, I'm not sure. But I feel like there's very little Tau in anything I have... I guess Tau only appear in 40k, right? There's no Tau in 30k? I don't know anything about the Tau. Yeah, they're not in 30k at all? Yeah, okay. Well, that makes sense. I think I'll keep it very muted, just as like a little bit of color variety, rather than just black everywhere. And highlighting with like gray is so boring. I think I'll highlight, like I will do some edging as well, like some edge highlighting on this part with like an off, like a purplish gray, like an off black. I'll use some of the darker mix that I made earlier, so less color mixed in, to do some of the raised sections here underneath. But obviously these sections underneath are all pretty much invisible. Plus, they're gonna be covered by, well, the shadows, right? So, don't wanna go too ham here. You're so glad you didn't spend all your savings to get the new waifu in Genshin? Yeah, that seems like a great idea, dude. You should spend all your savings on a waifu in a video game. Why wouldn't you? I can't possibly come up with a reason why you wouldn't. No, I think that's a bad idea, man. I don't know. You can spend your money wherever you like, but... waifus in video games? I don't know, man. I will try to not judge. Oh, the Tau are very young in the Warhammer world? Oh, I had no idea. There was a Dreadnought that was older than the entirety of Tau? I see. I kind of thought the humans were like the newcomers in the Warhammer world. I guess that's what the writers of Warhammer also thought, and they were like, you know what? Let's change that. Close, Serpent. This is a Mangler Squig. You're not far off, though. These are basically Warhammer Banelings. They explode when they die. How fun is that? And there's a couple of little goblin guys on his back, trying to keep him in check, I suppose. Not so easily done, it seems. Trying to do the little highlights over here on the clothing of the two goblins. It is a pretty small section of the mini though. And I think this mostly comes to life when we add some actual like sharper edge highlights to all of it. Can you guys even see a little bit of purple? Yeah, you can kind of see a little bit of it, I guess. I don't even know if purple was the right choice. But anyways, I wanted to have a little bit of color variety in there. The tower like 5,000 to 7,000 years old. Ah, okay. They went from the Stone Age to advanced spacefaring in 6,000 years? Dang. Take that, Egyptians. You may have had an old-ass civilization, but you didn't go spacefaring. Unless they were the aliens that made the... Right, of course. I'm gonna highlight with a little bit of the Stone Fiend Gray, I think. I'll mix in a little bit of the previous color. Just to... We're gonna try and do like some sharp edge highlights over here. I will upload my VODs of me painting this on my second channel, right though, but I'm kind of waiting until I'm done with at least this part of the mini. I haven't recorded all of it, but the majority I have. You would like to paint along? That's awesome. If you do, I would love to see what you come up with, what your mini looks like. That'd be really cool. We have a Discord group chat, by the way. This goes for anybody, where folks do post their miniature painting, which is pretty cool. You can share any project you're working on over there. I always love seeing it. Will do. Might take some time. I'm a bit busy. Yeah, fair enough. This is also a pretty long project of mine already, man. Even though the mini is not that big. And I haven't been painting as much, I guess, as of late. I don't know how many hours I'm in right now, but quite a few. But I never paint quick, right? Like, I'm not aiming to paint fast. I care not for, I don't know, finishing this by a certain arbitrary deadline. But this is basically the only thing I've painted now for, I don't know, a month or two? The thing is, this particular mini is only half of another mini. So this is part of a much larger.
Logo, that mini looking sick.
Hey, thank you very much, Formless. I'm painting very thin in general. So I'm trying to get these smooth transitions on everything. I mean, I could spend a lot more time and make it more smooth still, but I like it when you can see brush strokes. I don't mind that at all. Try to find a middle ground between like a relatively good amount of smoothness, but then at the same time also reasonable speed, if that makes sense. Because painting super smooth is just very, very time intensive. You basically just have to cover the same parts over and over and over again. A lot of nice sculpted edges on this part of the mini. So pretty easy to use the side of the brush here. Thank you, Shiny. I've been trying. Kind of annoying to hold this guy at this point. I have varnished it, but I'm still a little scared of accidentally rubbing paint off. Wouldn't be the end of the world, but I actually did an all-over varnish yesterday with the airbrush. So we got a smooth coat on everything. Okay, little goblin guy. Not so bad. I think I'm gonna make it a little bit brighter still. I can highlight maybe some of this at the bottom too, but again, this should be mostly black. We can kind of cover some of the little edges, I guess, that I can easily reach. I'm not gonna go out of my way to try and get it all the way into the recess there, because a lot of this is just invisible. It's a bit of a shame, actually. There's a lot of nice detail here at the bottom. Especially the details here that I can just use the edge for the edge of the brush for is going to be pretty straightforward, right? Like we can Kind of follow along with all of it. Okay. I'm gonna go one step brighter still. Maybe 2 more steps brighter, I don't know. Yeah, they look like they're about to fall off, Farrell. They look like they're about to absolutely lose their minds. But maybe it's like a roller coaster, you know, if you're one of these little goblins. You're just kind of hanging on, hoping for your best. Hoping the whole construction doesn't fall apart right when you're sitting in it. Fingers crossed there's no accident. I'm assuming these goblins signed up for it, right? Like, I don't really know exactly how the goblin society works, but they must have a lot of experience trying to control squigs. There's a goblin as well on the other guy. This one seems a little bit more experienced. You see? This guy is actually riding him. Oh, really? The goblins in this world are on mushrooms? It makes them a little crazy. Huh. I did not know that. They proliferate from spores, so once they get on a world, you can never really get rid of them? Ah, okay. I see. Dude, Age of Sigmar lore is pretty crazy. So wait, is it the goblins that spawn from the spores, or the squigs? Oh, that's 40k. Oh, okay, okay. So I'm guessing you're talking about the squigs? I don't know if there are goblins actually in 40k. You don't know anything about AOS? Yeah, AOS is a little bit more up in the air for most folks, it seems. A lot of people are like, yeah, it exists. There's like books and stuff, I think, but... "40k has snotlings, which are similar." I see. What's good on Zensei? Hey, nearest.
Been a while since I could get to live.
Since you could catch me live, I guess, right? Yeah. Hey, thank you very much for tuning in. I've been streaming around the same time for a very long time. But I'm guessing your schedule changed, right? Mine hasn't really. Either way, welcome back. Glad you're still enjoying, at least decided to tune in today. I'm gonna be here for the next like 7 hours or so I'll be here. If you ever want to watch. Ah, your life has been busy, but you have a holiday? I see, I see. No, we're not gonna do 7 hours of painting. I'm gonna do maybe a couple hours of painting, and then we'll do some Oxygen Not Included, and then I'm gonna start a new run of the Planet Crafter. Which I haven't played in a while now, and they brought out a new DLC about a year ago, and I've been meaning to check it out. Yeah, they released a new map. Like, literally a year ago, I think. Or maybe a little bit less, but... Yeah, so last year, May, is when I last played. And shortly after I stopped playing, they released a new planet for that game. Supposedly, it's a little bit more difficult or something, I don't really know. But... yeah, there's now also apparently, like, moons and stuff. Which I would like to go and check out, too. I don't really know exactly, but we'll see. Okay, I think I'm gonna try and glaze a little bit of this paint and make it a little bit less bright. What's going on, Sensei? That sounds really fun. I'm gonna try and dilute this paint quite a bit. Yeah, and we'll try to glaze the recesses a bit. Smooth out all of those transitions just a tad. Take the harshness off of some of those lines. Make it all a little bit more purple. Just a little bit more purple. Wait, it's a holiday in Brazil and then also a holiday in Germany? Huh. We don't get a holiday over here. Like, people get off work? To be fair, my boss is a prick. He never gives me any days off. Actually, I did have a day off yesterday. It was really nice. I did very little. We had a barbecue yesterday. That was fun. Just mealing around. I did a lot of chilling yesterday, which I sometimes forget I need. Even though I love streaming, and I want to do it basically every day, it is very nice to sometimes do absolutely nothing. Well, I did do a little bit of stuff yesterday, but spent a lot of time relaxing. It was nice. Okay, let's try and do a little bit of edge highlighting as well on the other goblin. We'll try to sort of bring them up both at the same time. Following the raised edges as much as I can. Wait, what's the holiday in Germany and Brazil? Corpus Christi? I have no idea what that is. Probably some Catholic shit, dude. In the Netherlands, we gave up on that centuries ago. Hell yeah. Protestants, let's go, baby. It's celebrating Jesus' last meal? Oh, interesting. Okay. So you go out and get some bread and wine? It's called Frontleichnem. Okay, I would not have guessed that. If you gave me 1,000 guesses, that would not have popped up. And this is a national holiday? Like the entire country has a day off, or is it mostly just like bank holidays and stuff, like schools and whatnot? It's a bank holiday as well in the US? Really? Huh. I didn't know people in the US got days off. That's crazy, man. Outside of like December 25th? Yeah, where's my holiday? In Switzerland, it's only a Catholic holiday? Okay. Only some cantons have a day off. Yours is the lucky one? I see. Just like 4 or 5 of the states in Germany? Depends on the Catholic population. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Pope is busy today, I guess. Like, sorry, what do we do? I'm new to the job. What do we do? Sorry. I like break the bread? Okay, all right. Is the States mostly Catholic? Is it mostly Catholic Christian? I have no idea. Definitely need to add some more highlights here. Yesterday was a holiday because of the slaves in Houston. Okay. Dang. Oh, that's today. I see. I see. I am painting myself a little bit, Tawny. Sometimes when I have too much on my brush, I do paint myself. It's the only reasonable thing to do. Some of these sections are going to be pretty much impossible to highlight. But I'll try and jam my brush in between here. Oh, nice. I got a little bit on that cable. That's a little unfortunate. Or on that, that letter detail. To be fair, that's easily fixed. I wouldn't be so happy if I accidentally smudged up the hands. That would suck a little bit. There's also a little part over here that just needs to be pure black. Because apparently I messed that up a little. No! How the fuck did I get a purple dot on one of his knuckles? Loco, what? How did you do that? Ah. That's annoying. I'll get a little bit of my original colors out for the skin. I didn't have them on my palette, but I guess I need them. To be fair, it should be a quick fix. It's only a tiny little dot, but... That's a bug sitting on his knuckles? No. I think if we see it, we fix it. I wonder if this is even something I can highlight. I mean, as long as I can see it, I can probably highlight it. I just sometimes have to weave the brush in between a bunch of stuff. Okay. This needs to be pretty bright. Just a smudge on the camera, just ignore it. Nah, we can make things, we can fix problems, guys. I've made quite a few slip-ups throughout this miniature already. Getting better at miniature painting mostly comes down to trying to make less mistakes, I've found. When I first started, I made so many smudges all over the place. Brush control really does seem to get better over time. Trying to add a little bit of brightness to the areas that should catch the most light. Just a little bit. Yeah, practice really does help. Who would have guessed? Who would have thought that practice makes you better at things? Somebody should make a saying for that. Like, practice makes good? Or like maybe like improving comes with time? I don't know. Have I given a full tour of my army? I am actually not painting armies at all. I don't paint a single army. I'm just painting individual miniatures that I like. So I don't play for the game, or I don't paint for the game. I just play for the minis that I like the look of. So I don't have an army, but I'm happy to show off some pieces that, I don't know. If you have anything in particular you would like to see, let me know. They're all on a little shelf behind me. I haven't painted that many. But if there's something you're keen on, let me know. I am more than happy to flex. No, wait, that's not what I mean. No, I am, I just paint individual minis, so I'm not too concerned with painting a whole army, because a lot of these minis take me many hours. I feel like the small projects take me 20-25 hours. This project over here is probably closer to like, I don't know, 50, 60, 70-ish. Like if we include the other mini too. It's a bit of a longer one, you know, so I'm not really, if I'm doing a full army, I feel like it would be a little bit annoying. One guy actually that I do have from this particular army that I haven't yet painted. I think it's the same army, isn't it? What is it? Is this Gloomspite Gits? Yeah. I have Trug the Truggold King. This guy is also very fun, but also extremely time intensive. I do really like those guys. I tend to like the more nurgly and like fun looking minis. So even though this is not an army yet, maybe I'll just make the big pieces, you know? Do you think you'll ever try painting a diorama style? So this in a way is a diorama. This mini right here that I'm painting right now. It's a little tiny diorama. I did make a base for it. I can show you in a sec. Let me just finish up these little strokes. Yeah, in a way this kind of feels to me like a bit of a diorama. So basically this guy is going to be stacked at an angle on top of this guy. And then they are going to be stacked on top of each other on the base. And the base is right over here. And there's like a little goblin trying to make his way off. So all of them are just about to be trampled by the Mangler Squigs, which I think is going to be really fun. Do I have any daughters of Cain? Is Cain that Slaneshi thing? I have the Talon of Slanesh, but I don't know if that's the daughter of Cain. No, that's the daughter of Slanesh, I guess. I did paint Dexessa. They're like sadistic elves. Oh, no. Different. I've not painted those, no. So many cool minis to paint now. That's what I really like about this hobby, like just painting the different minis that I like the look of. I've been painting now for some time, and I will be honest, I have no clue about the rules of the Warhammer tabletop. I have no idea. No clue. I know you like roll dice and stuff, and that like different pieces have a certain amount of points, but thank you, Lemon Quiz. I'm trying. I am trying. I summed it up pretty well. Yeah. I think different units have like abilities or something, but I have no idea where you would find those abilities or how you would know whether or not your opponent is making like actual legal plays or whatever. I don't know. They made it a lot easier to play compared to what it used to be prior to 2016. Okay. Did it simplify it a lot? I guess. Let's try to add some sharper highlights. What's going on, Shaden? They sell army card decks, which contains units and model weapons or options they are assembled with. Okay. It seems pretty wild to me that you have to buy the rules of an army. Thank you, Shaden. Okay. Trying to emphasize the little lines over here on the cloth. This cloth is looking kind of sharp, which is interesting. It's good on faux. Warhammer cloth is never particularly IRL cloth-like. It's always very, it has some sharp angles, which is nice. I mean, I guess cloth and IRL can have that too, right? But it always seems a little bit emphasized, which makes adding highlights and stuff to it a lot more manageable. I think I will mellow all of this out a little bit with some glazes. What's going on, Echo Steel? Have you stolen a lot of echoes today? Loki, you're so funny. I'm going to subscribe to your stream. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'll be here all day. We need a laugh track. We need a laugh track for this channel. That's what we need. Kind of like, I don't know, any of like the 90s television shows. A track to remind you that you're now supposed to be laughing. The Big Bang Theory? Yeah. I know a lot of people hate it. Absolutely hate it when shows have a laugh track. I kind of get it. I'm never too bothered by it, but yeah. It sounds awful, and especially what's happening isn't really funny. Yeah, I know. Just remember that whenever there's a laugh track in a television show, that the people in that laugh track probably were recorded about 40 years ago, and there's a good chance that at least half of them are dead. And that'll make it a lot less funny. That'll make it, you know. Anyway. Friends is a bad show. Hot take of the day. Ooh. I quite like Friends. I think Friends actually still holds up quite well. I mean, I wouldn't go and, you know, go out of my way to watch it right now, but... I don't think it's too bad. It's also a little bit of television culture in a way, right? Like a lot of it would go for, or a lot of it is inspired by those shows from the 90s. I mean, it's no Office. It's not The Office. Which I think we can all agree is awesome. Zero debate there. Everybody agrees that I have the best taste in literally everything. But still. Fred's walked, so the office can run. Well, I don't know anything about New York in real life. I have no clue. I'm assuming it's not entirely realistic that a struggling architect... Wait, is it an architect? Or am I confusing How I Met Your Mother? Anyways, both of them I guess are true. A struggling architect can own like a 3-bedroom apartment in the middle of in the middle of New York. I'm sure that's very realistic. You've never seen The Office? Oh, dude, you're in for a treat if you've never seen it before. I mean, you do have to appreciate the style of humor, and it's not for everybody, but I think watching The Office is very good. Genuinely one of my favorite television shows. It's very good. You have seen some scenes? Yeah. I mean, it's pretty hard to avoid, I guess, if you're on the internet. And I'm sure that many of you, just like me, are perpetually online, so you will probably have seen some of it. But there are many people that don't really think it's particularly funny. I mean, it's funny too because the television show is ultimately about a company that sells paper. Like, you can't have a more dull version of a television show. You know, like, the entire premise of the story is so fucking boring. They're just selling paper. That's all they do, man. You've seen the parkour meme and stuff? Fair, yeah. I like the American Office. I think the US Office is very fun. EU or like the British Office is very short, right? I think it's only like half a season or so. I'm not sure exactly. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm like a mega fan or whatever, but I do think it's funny. I think they also sold paper, yeah. Okay. Little purple U's on the Goblins. I think it looks kind of fun. We can do a little bit of highlighting, I guess, underneath. This little section over here. Pretty much impossible to see. But I mean, we can see it. Probably means we need to try and get a little bit of paint in here. A little bit of color variety is good. Okay. What do you guys think of the purple? Is it too purple, or is it okay? It's like a grayish purple, I suppose. Love to hear your thoughts, though. Because we can easily change it. It's a little glossy right now, which we'll have to change too. I don't want it to be glossy. That'll change the finish of it quite a bit. We'll dull it down a little bit too. I do need to get a little bit of the brown out again. Mostly for that little strap that I spilled on. What about that knuckle from earlier? Yeah, it needs a little tiny highlight. Okay. So I smudged a little bit on the inside over here of the reins. What's going on, Locomuni? Okay. We have some tiny metallic details that I can definitely also go ahead and paint. How are the teeth? Up close? Is that too bright? No, I guess that's okay. The little goblin teeth. These are tiny, tiny, tiny. A little difficult to see. I'll take some beauty shots of it all when we're a little closer to, like when we're completely done with this, I will make a nice set of photos. I think we'll paint this little section over here, which has been entirely unpainted ever since I started. Just a giant ball. There's some other metallic details that we'll have to do, so. Just covering it all over. Just want to make sure we run it into all of the little nooks and crannies here. The teeth should be bloody. Nah, we're not gonna do any blood on this guy, I don't think. I don't think these guys are at war. In my mind, they're at like a stable and these guys can barely contain them. Very little control over the Mangler Squig, it seems. A little bit less grimdarky. Maybe it's a race. Maybe, yeah. But I feel like this is more friendly than like on the battlefield type of moment. Although we could add blood to it if we wanted to. But I don't think I will. I've said that before and then I add it anyways. Because adding blood is really fun, but... Okay. We'll add some color variety to that in a moment. Same for these spikes over here. I think I'm gonna keep this guy pretty clean though, as far as like weathering and all that goes. Maybe I'll add a little bit of rust. A little bit of rust to the chains could be fun. But this is a domesticated squig, right? So he's probably reasonably well taken care of. If I were to make a guess. Can you really domesticate squigs? Well, these goblins seem to struggle, so I don't know. Can you eat squigs? Do squigs lay eggs? Follow-up question, can you milk them? Can you milk a squig? Can somebody Google that, please? Okay, maybe don't do that. Not on the work computer anyways. Not that I'm suggesting any of you could be watching my stream while at work. Of course not. That would be insane. Do they have udders? He's got a fleshy belly. Don't see any udders anywhere though. Good question. Okay. Trying to keep a little bit of a line in between. Should be good. We also have to paint these little spikes. One more of those spikes over here on this side. These are a little bit annoying to paint because they're absolutely small. Okay. Do we assume that this is also a metal rod? I guess we do. The shadows can be black, that's fine. Okay, we'll shade that in a sec. Just one little shiny line over there. One little bit of metal over here. This guy has his hands together, so we don't have to paint in between his fingers. That's convenient. Not too bad. And I think we have a couple of small details here near the bottom that I missed when I was painting in all of the little letter details last time around. But they have also got some silver chain over here. Or at least some metallic chain. I'm gonna make them silver. And I think the parts in between these chains need to be leathery. Yeah, I could make them out of brass. It depends on the color variety you want to have, right? I did originally make his tooth silver as well. His one silver, but I decided gold was gonna be a little bit better here. I really like the gold capped tooth. It's kind of cute. This part is pretty much invisible though. Like what you gotta keep in mind is that the other goblin is gonna be, or the other squig rather, is gonna be mounted underneath this. So this whole section is basically entirely out of sight. Oh, geez, Loco. Don't drop it. Bad idea. This is why I no longer paint with the palette underneath my miniature. I used to do that. And then at some point, I was caught with the fear of dropping the miniature while painting it and it rolling around on my palette. There's only so much paint you can lick off before it dries, Chet. So now I paint with my palette ever so slightly off to the side, which I think is the right thing. Significantly reducing the odds of making it tumble into paint. It's never happened to me, but I feel like it has happened to folks out there. And I would like to avoid that. Okay. And then he's got like a lock over here in the middle, I guess. At least I think this is where they chain these guys up. I don't know. I actually want the metallics here to be quite worn. So I'm not really too worrisome with like not covering the entire thing. I'm gonna be covering this, I think, with some, rather than using a wash, I think I'll use some contrast paints to dull it way down. So I don't really mind it if it's like not perfectly covered, because it's probably just gonna aid in making this look a little bit more worn and a little bit more old. Do want to make sure though that we have any of the belly color over here covered. This was a bit of a spill when I painted in the fleshy belly. Okay, it's all way too shiny right now. But you can kind of see what we're going for. Do I have a dragon? Is this a drag on these nuts joke somewhere, Lokamuni? Or, no, I do not have a dragon. Got him, maybe? I don't know, can't tell. What I will do, just for your enjoyment and for the acceleration of the drying of the paint, I will blast it with the air dryer, or the hair dryer rather. Enjoy, chat. I know this is why some of you tune in. You fucking weirdo. Okay, no, I'm sorry. Don't stop, Loco. I did a couple of short blasts this time around rather than like full blast right from the get-go. How nice is that? I'm gonna use a little bit of Basilicanum Gray, baby. We're gonna cover the metallics with it. This is going to take a lot of the edge off. It's gonna make it much less shiny. Now look at this shit, dude. Look how separated the paint is. Gonna shake it. Luckily for me, I have many years of experience with this motion. Years of practice have led up to this. Okay, I think that's good enough. I will dilute it with a little bit of water. So I'll just put some of it on my palette and then add a tiny little bit of water. Because I think it'll probably be a bit too strong, but I mostly want this to cover all of the recesses. But it's gonna be easier to just do it all over and then highlight any of the raised areas afterwards. Do want to make sure that we don't have any excessive pooling anywhere. This is a very runny paint, so. Want to make sure that we don't have it pool anywhere. Yep. It's my impression of the song. I don't want the paint to run away from me, no. Thank you for asking. This is a bit of a speed hack, because basically the paint will run into the recesses, and then we just highlight the upper sections, and we get some free shading because of it, without too much effort. Because a lot of these areas are extremely tricky to reach, and honestly, painting chainmail is just not very fun. Especially for sections like this, where it's mostly going to be invisible anyway. I really don't mind. Okay. I will add a little tiny bit as well to the other sections over here and near the goblins. I'll be a little bit more delicate though. So I want this mostly near the base over here of these spikes, for example, rather than all over the spikes. Oh, we'll get a little bit over there. Gonna make it look nice and worn. Same over here. I do have calluses, yeah. Okay, gonna blast it again with the blow dryer. There we go. I did watch How to Train Your Dragon. Yeah, I did watch the movie on Sunday actually. Loran wanted to go and see it. She had actually never seen the animated version of the movie before, so she had never seen the original. I watched it a long time ago. Movie was pretty good. Hey, thank you, Polaris. Yeah, this is the shadowed side of the Mini, so he's gonna be mounted at about this angle. So a little bit tilted. So this side has a little bit more highlighting than that side. At least that's the effect I'm going for. I've not painted a whole lot of minis in this type of way, but I think it's going pretty well. I kind of want to use, I'll use this brush. This brush is kind of starting to lose its edge a little bit. I'm gonna use this sort of like a dry brush. So I'll just wipe the majority of the paint off. We'll try to run it over some of the details here. Make it look a little bit more shiny again. Trying to stay out of the recesses. I want this to look nice and aged, so. Yeah, we'll have to go a little bit brighter. Yeah, metallic paints are really hard on brushes, I know. This brush has already been losing its tip. Sadly, because this is like my favorite brush, man. I painted the majority of the Mini with this brush, but it's losing its tip. Yesterday it was all splayed, and I've kind of like saved it a little bit, but today it's once again splitting a bunch. So I think it might be time for it to get reduced to some of the shittier moments of painting. Like, for example, a bit of dry brushing like what we're doing right now. Or mixing paint in the cup while airbrushing or something like that. It might be time for paintbrush retirement. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I use, Uber Hair. This brush is about 1.5 years old and I've been using it almost every day. I did yesterday clean it and let some of the paint, or some of the soap rather, dry in the tip, which has kind of brought it back again. I will clean it properly after today too. Just to, I mean, maybe use it again next time, we'll see. But I've painted a good number of hours with this particular brush. And I think the hairs at some point just kind of go. Okay. Not too bad. Not too shabby. I'll go a little bit brighter with my favorite silver. This stuff, dude. This stuff is glorious. I have another size 1 brush that I may use. Yeah. I've just been kind of using this one, I guess, first. This stuff is insanely glossy. It's very shiny. I'll use this for some of the individual highlights. Does it look nice and shiny? Yeah, not bad. Kind of trying to follow some of these edges. I think I'll try to paint a little bit as well towards the tips of each of these spikes. What paint is it? It is called Model Air Silver by Vallejo. It is extremely bright. I think it's originally meant to be used for with an airbrush. But I don't think you need to use it in an airbrush only. It works just fine if you apply it by brush. It's extremely shiny though, so you gotta be a little careful with it, because it overpowers everything if you're not. What's kind of nice though is that you can mix this into you can mix it into gold, you can mix it into brass. You can use this paint on its own and then mix a little bit of black into it and you get like a gunmetal type of color. Like honestly, you can just kind of use this paint and then a couple other different things and you're fine. It's kind of chill.
Grow etches out Alkmaar.
Yo, Manadar. Groetjes terug, man. Thank you very much. Alkmaar de gekste. Wait, no. I don't know. Did I say that in Alkmaar? I have no idea. Anyway. You don't. Well, you do now. You do now, dude. Clearly. There's like 3 people that are Dutch that have realized this conversation. Everybody else is like, I don't know what he's talking about. But let's just hear the weird man talk. No worries, I will whisper sweet nothings into my microphones. Adding little tiny specular highlights as well to these details. Just on the edge. Bring a little bit of the shine back. And then I guess we'll also run this along the edge over here on the spikes, on the hammer, whatever this is. It's just a stick with a bunch of nails through it, I guess. Okay. It's coming along, it's coming along. I think I'm gonna apply one more little wash to this thing in particular. I'll use some non-oil, which will be a little bit more chill. I just want to look something up real quick. Mangler Squig. What color is that that ball on the official box art? I think it's probably the same color as it is right now. Yeah, it has a couple of metallic details that are a slightly different color. Because it's kind of like one big hunk of metal right now, which is a bit boring. I don't mind it though. Gonna run this around the base of each of the spikes. Not too precise, but just trying to make sure that we have a little bit of separation between the spikes and the bowl. and feather out some of the shine. Okay. That only leaves the little black studs all over his body. All of those little things that grow out of his shell. I think that's a little bit too much work to try and do right now. Because I really don't want to rush it. I may highlight this a little bit more. Yeah, we may have to. Hold up, let me just make sure it's fully dry. Okay. Let me make sure my brush is mostly dry. And we'll do a little bit more of a dry brush over the bowl. Very gently. Okay. Now all that's left to do for today is add a little bit of a... I'm actually thinking of maybe adding a little bit of shine back here as well to the nose ring, now that I have these paints out anyway. Squigman is very proud of it. Now all that's left to do for today, I think, is maybe add a little bit of a varnish all over it. Although I'm just realizing I actually forgot painting in that tiny, oh geez, that tiny, he's got like a detail around his waist here. I'll just make it dark brown, I suppose. I have my Rhinox hide, which is a paint name, on my palette anyway. He's got like a belt around his waist. One of them does. Maybe the other one does too, but he's sitting. Try and get a little bit of color in there. Is not the year of Hearthstone Tensor? No. Did Hearthstone get wrecked? Or is he still in the process of getting wrecked? Oof. The wrecking has been finished. Who did he play against? I didn't see, he played against Solar. Okay, yeah, Solar is a bit of a monster. Solar is one of the greats. Did he like replace Serral? I think Hearthstone replaced Serral in the RSL, right? I think Serral ended up declining or something. Did they fix the audio issues, by the way? Because I watched the first day of the broadcast at the very beginning, and the audio was not very clean. Stead's microphone was still crackling? Yikes. All right, let me just hit it with the blow dryer one more time, and then we'll add a little bit of a varnish. Especially over the clothes of the Goblins. Just to make sure that we don't have any of that paint accidentally rub off by me. Yeah, I don't know. I do support the RSL on Patreon myself. It's obviously not entirely selfless because they do release replay packs and all that. But in general, I think transparency, if you're gonna fund a StarCraft tournament through a Patreon, like through a fan-supported service, I think having transparency is very important. I would love to see a breakdown of full costs. And maybe make the prize pool percentage based rather than like absolute numbers. Because their Patreon is at like, I don't know, last time I checked it was like 11K a month. Which is a lot of money. And you don't really know exactly how long that's obviously going to last for. Like, you never really know if it's a permanent thing or if people just doing to support for like a month or 2 months or whatever. But I think if you're gonna run something like that, doing it fully transparent is the way to do it. Be upfront to everybody supporting you with where you're spending the cash. Obviously it's a choice, so you don't have to, but I would like to see it. It's one of those weird things where like a lot of people are like, we need a studio and stuff, and a studio can be really cool, but studios are also really expensive and it will probably be worse quality unless you have a good production, right? Like I could rent a studio, but I know for a fact that I can do a better quality stream from my own home. Because it's been many years of refining my own setup. It works out a little differently. Maybe they have maybe they have posted their breakdown of costs and all that somewhere. I just haven't seen it. But that's what I would like to see. All right, guys. That is another day of this miniature painting in the books. I'm just gonna wait until the varnish is dry. All I still need to do is add those little spike details. So I'm gonna keep those black and I'm gonna add some gray lines across each of those little studs coming out of his back. And then the same for the nails. You will always see this mini as an angry strawberry. Yeah. I understand that very well. But I'm very happy with how this is coming along. I think the little purple hue on the clothes and the grayish colors here is kind of nice. It's currently drying, and when the varnish is dry, it will do, you know, it will matte a lot of those details. So especially the, some of the vibrancy will take a bit of a hit from that, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna change the colors of this guy. So this is the second of the two Mangler Squigs. This is how this guy on the left once upon a time started. I was thinking about making this guy a bright green. Maybe I'll change it, I don't know. Maybe I'll make it blue. I'm still not sure what color I want to run. But yeah, this is how they start. It's been many hours of painting. You love the Goblins? The Goblins are so fun, right? The weapon that he holds in his hand is very effective, clearly. It's just a very fun miniature. Like, after all the Grimdark from Warhammer 40k and stuff. Yeah, I have seen those, Gideon. Basically, okay, here's the thing about the Squigs. So these big giant red things, right? This particular red thing is called a Squig. They come in whatever color you like. So like, any color is effectively lore accurate. I would like to make my other Squig green, but I'm a little hesitant because of the little goblin guys on the back that are also green. So maybe I should do not green and like another color instead? But I'm not exactly sure. Yellow would be fun, but yellow is really annoying to paint. I have a lot of greens, like, in my color setup, I guess. Yeah, I was thinking like a different hue of green. So I was thinking maybe like, you know, these two type of colors. Like, this is a very different hue of green than the Goblins. Like, this would be the brightest color, obviously, but... Purple could be fun as well. It's a difficult decision somehow. I knew that the first one was going to be red. That wasn't really a question. I could also just make two red. I could make one other one, or I could make another one red with like... Or I could make the next one like more orange, yellow instead. So we could like basically use like the mid-tone of this one as the darkest tone for the other one. And then we can move the entire color palette up, like up until like a yellow as the brightest highlights instead. That would also look really nice. Why didn't I make the goblins red? Well, then it would be red and red, and I think that's kind of lame. Yeah, goblins are fun, that's true. I basically, so hold up, let me put down the paints that I used for the skin of this one. I basically need to find an equivalent of these four colors. So I used, where is it? Okay. So these are the colors I used for the skin of this particular Squig. Right? And then I mixed in a little bit of the dark green, and I mixed in a little bit of the Ushabti bone for the absolute darkest and absolute brightest highlights. Right? If we find like an equivalent of four colors for the middle section, we should be fine. So I could, for example, use this, and then maybe something like this. We could use a more blue setup instead. I don't have super bright blues. But we could do, I don't know, something like this. With maybe like a... What color do we run? That's the question, chat. This is the biggest question of my life. I could also make it a very muted green instead. We could make it like a very muted green and then maybe like a pale orc skin, like the dude from The Hobbit. We could make it like more of a muted color, absolutely. We could make it brown. I have a lot of browns. Black Squig going up to gray highlights. I think that'd be a bit too boring. We could make them pink. How about pink? No, I don't think I want pink. Purple could look kind of fun as well. I don't think I want blue. These colors would do the trick. The only problem is that this paint is almost empty. I don't know, Chad. It's a big decision. I don't know. I think today we can finish this miniature. I have only one part remaining. Well, and some little tidy ups, I guess, if I see them. We'll make a little bit of a loop around. I see a little tidy up right over there that I need to fix. Anyway, it's just all of the spikes. There's a lot of spikes all over the miniature, including the claws over here on the feet. So we're gonna have to paint all of that up. That's the plan. I actually just noticed that one of the claws over here is not even base coated properly. Is this music too hype? Might be too hype. Anyways, I need you to be hyped as well, Chad. Good day. It's a little loud. Hold up. Oh, it is a little bit loud. I forgot lowering it. There we go. Is that better? Well, now the music is fading out. What paint am I using currently? The paint that I'm using here is this one. aka 3rd generation black. And the next paint I'm going to be using is a little bit of this one. Citadel's Ashen Gray. This is going to be the first gray that we apply across every single one of these little spiky things. I hope it's a good idea. I think it'll be good. This is the general starting point if you highlight black. So I think what we do is we apply like a thin line. Across the top of every single one of them. Maybe I should use the side of the brush. Sometimes it's a bit easier. Yeah, I think that's the plan. There's a load of these spikes all over though. And some of them have like a little section. And I guess I'll join these all the way up at the top. Gotta keep it nice and thin. The teeth look crazy. Crazy as in not good, or crazy as in crazy good? I'm very pleased with how this thing has come along, man. My proudest miniature painting work so far, for sure. I'll try and use the side of the brush where possible. Hey, thank you. Crazy as in rubber room? Yeah, crazy as in rubber room full of rats? Like what level of crazy are we talking about here? Because I was crazy once. I was loco, dude. So I need to make sure that these lines are not too thin because I want to cover them up. Like within these lines, I want to create thinner lines of a brighter color. So I need these to be uniformly thick. If that makes any sense. That moment when uniformly thick, you know what I'm saying? I think 2 will do on that one. How much time have I spent painting this? I'm guessing about 25 to 30 hours maybe. It's been a little bit. Nah, more than that, Diaboli. I've done some painting off stream as well. Building it also took a while actually, because I tried to build it as cleanly as I could. I'm thinking 25 to 30. But maybe it's less, I don't know. How many hours have I painted ever in my life? I don't know, dude. No clue. This kind of feels like corporate training music. Come on, everybody! I know it is 6 p.m. on the Friday and you want to be home right now, but instead you get to learn about sales! Woo! We brought 4 pizzas for 25 people. Enjoy! That's how I imagine anyways, those sort of things go. I will be honest with you, I have never been part of that environment. $12 times 50 hours? What do you mean, Zenzei? Are you pulling numbers out of thin air? I have no idea how many hours I've painted in my life. That's kind of like asking, like, hey, how many hours of video games have you played? It's like, I don't know. I mean, if you give me some time, I could make an educated guess. A few. Let's say a few. A couple. I've played a few hours of video games. I've done a little bit of painting over the years. Yeah, but not all my games are on Steam, and I did a lot of gaming. This is gonna make me feel very old, okay, but I did a lot of gaming way before Steam released, it feels like. When did Steam ever come out? I definitely released before Steam did. I can tell you that much. Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit brighter, quite a bit brighter actually. I hope I'm not gonna regret this. With some Administratum Gray, which is a relatively transparent color. So I don't think I have to go all the way down. I'm using a thinner brush here. I think I will go all the way down. This is Administratum Gray. I may have to tidy some of these little lines up later, but so far so good. No, that's not good. Lick it. Lick it off. Licking has been accomplished, chat. GG. Yeah, I'm gonna have to tidy that up a little bit. I'm wondering if maybe I can use like a... maybe like a wash towards the bottom. Painting is so peaceful, it's nothing for you. Painting is really fun, man. It's nice to see progress over time. And I notice like all my hobbies are digital. Like everything I do seems to always be, well, quite digital, you know? And this is like a nice tactile thing. That I'm really liking. I do go to the gym every day, yeah. Well, not every day, usually like 5 times a week. This is analog work though, exactly. I'm a full-time content creator, Talk Energy. So I do a lot of gaming-related content, but I like to start my streams with a little bit of painting these days. Before I did YouTube and Twitch full-time, I did do a lot of web design and graphic design back in the day. Which admittedly, I don't really do that much anymore. But I still really like it. I need a little bit more water in my paint. Needs to flow a little bit more, a little bit better. Thank you. Yeah, the muscles took a lot of time. The skin in general took a while. My favorite type of games, I do a lot of real-time strategy stuff. So I commentate StarCraft 2 in particular. I do on my own YouTube channel, right here on Twitch, but also tournaments. Which is always a lot of fun. What's going on, Foe? For the Goblin, I mixed green and yellow, yeah. Green and yellow and then some white mixed in some sections. Actually, no, an ice yellow mixed in some sections. Yeah, we'll do some StarCraft casting today, actually. I'll do some, I have some series from the GSL CEST that I want to go ahead and check out. They're working actually on a StarCraft related tabletop, which I think could be really fun. I have no idea about the rules or anything like that, but I hope the minis are going to be really cool. Okay. Let's go down and Fested Zergy Zerg. Good morning. Happy Friday, everybody. Hope you're well. You used to love Age of Empires 2? Nice. They actually still update Age of Empires 2. Yeah, if you're interested in seeing what high-level StarCraft looks like in 2025, you should stick around for a little bit. I don't think this is gonna take too long. I feel like all of this is pretty quick work, but maybe I'm wrong. I think the final finishing touches here shouldn't be too bad. What I think I'm going to do, I don't really like this one too much here. I'm gonna try and maybe glaze a little bit of the black. Make the lines a little bit thinner. Add a bit much on my brush there. I think what I'll do, let me see. I think I want to do like a maybe, I want to do like a bit of a blend towards the bottom, but I'm trying to think what the easiest way of doing it would be. Non-oil probably won't tint it enough. How about maybe Black Templar contrast? Let's try this out. I'll use this pure. And I want to try and use this to like try and blend towards the bottom of these sections a little bit. Make the transition a little bit smoother. So this is a near black. They go a little bit darker than this still. I think the finish is going to be a little bit messed up, honestly, but try and create a little bit of visual interest. In between these segments. Especially near the bottom. Is this music too hype for a Friday stream, guys, or is it okay? You like it? Okay. Try to mellow out that color transition just a little bit. Not too bad. I think we might actually have to add some really bright spots. Maybe like pure white even. Maybe at the very tips. Make them look very sharp. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. What's good on Gideon? I think I'll try and do some pure white on the very tips. Very tiny little dot. Maybe a tiny little line. Make them look very sharp. What's going on, Wayman? How are you doing today, dude? It's been a little bit since I've seen you in the chat, I think. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm loco. Hope you're well. Very thin lines here. Been on and off, pretty busy during the stream hours. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay. What do you guys think of these spikes? Is it too bright? I wonder if it's mostly the way the camera picks it up. I think it looks a little different in IRL than it does on camera. Trying to smooth out the lines a little bit. Wait, man, I have some terrible news that you will be able to relate to, okay? Are you sitting down for this? This morning, I was eating a little bit of food, right? Actually, not this morning, about an hour ago, I was having some lunch. I had some really nice chicken and some vegetables and all that, and I grabbed my Dirty Dick's hot sauce. Guess what? Empty. I hadn't used it in a couple weeks. It was still standing there in the fridge. I was like, oh dude, this is gonna be glorious. Like, I just wanna have that little sweet, you know, like little sweet moment with the hot sauce. Saddest day of my life. Can't relate, you have too much. Wayman years ago put me onto Dirty Dick's hot sauce. I thought it had a funny name, but it also turns out it's really good. You have like a year's worth of supply? I think a lot of people have a year's worth of supply for hot sauce, Wayman. It's just that they rarely eat any of it. We have to brighten up the bottom section of these things. Let me see. I'll use a little bit of Fire Dragon Bright, which is the brightest color I used. Sriracha is not very hot though, is it? A little bit hot. A little bit. A little tiny bit. There's some banger hot sauces out there. It's a beginner hot sauce. I like that. Now there's some really good stuff out there. I've never considered sauces beginner hot sauces, but I can imagine if you dive deep into the hot sauce community, there's gonna be some hot sauce elitism out there, I guess, huh? You use sriracha? Yeah, that's true for any community, exactly. I've never really thought about the hot sauce community though. But yeah, I can imagine that's the thing. That reminds me of a Pro ZD video, Wayman. There's definitely elitism when it comes to water. Let me see if I can find a video real quick. We'll need to give this a second to dry anyway. What is it again? Pro ZD when you find a subreddit or something along those lines. Before and after you discover a subreddit for a hobby. For a hobby, here we go. Before and after you discover the subreddit for a hobby. This is about water.
Water's refreshing. I usually like to ensure the pH of the water is strictly 7, sometimes 8 if I'm feeling a little more alkaline. Anything 6 or below is a no-go. I check the acidity with an electronic pH meter just to be sure. You want a nice crisp balanced flavor, so no Dasani. I'd recommend Aquafina for a beginner's water if you must go bottled, but honestly room temperature tap water through a filter is the way to go. Then you get all the minerals. Now glass shape is important. You can either go tall or you can go wide. We call them verties or hories, vertical or horizontal. I like to go with a hori because I really want to see the water between sips. I think looking at it is half the pleasure. I also always do throat massages and exercises to make sure you get maximum travel velocity down the throat. Where are you going?
It's a perfect description of exactly how Reddit works. There's elitism for everything, because this is an awfully realistic thing that I'm sure happens. Yeah. Ha, ha, ha. He just really likes water, man. What can you do? Your team cold water? Mm. Got a little bit of a spill actually over here on the tip. Let's see if I can maybe... It must have been from when I painted in the little goblins yesterday. Try and see if I can glaze some of that away. Okay. We'll have to let it dry for a sec. I think for the spikes, this is about right. Wait, where's my coffee? I made coffee, dude. How long have I been streaming for? A half hour. Oh no. It's okay. Very drinkable still, chat. Coffee is basically like water with more flavor, dude. It's incredible. Yeah. I think this is how we're gonna do all the spikes on the miniature. I am very happy with that. Let's do the leg. Bro's got legs for days. These spikes are small though. They don't have very sharp, defined edges. So we're just gonna have to make them up. I guess that works. Did I settle on a color for the second Squig? I think I have, yes. I think I'm gonna go for blue. Like a grayish blue. Like a Space Wolves type of blue. That's what I'm thinking. I think the contrast will be pretty cool. Not today, Lokomuni. I'm gonna start up a playthrough of Planet Crafter. A brand new playthrough. Bam, 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 bam. I think it'd be fun, no? Maybe I'm crazy, Mr. Shine, but... I was settled on a bright green earlier, but I'm not so sure about the bright green anymore. Like for the second Squig, I mean. I have a playlist on called Retro Wave. Retro Synthwave, yes. I wanted to bring you back to your youth, Chet. I'm assuming most of you grew up in the late 70s, early 80s. Back when the Beatles were still on tour. Before the cassette tape was... Oh, actually, the cassette tape may have been... I could do yellow. I could do yellow. But yellow is a little bit notorious for being annoying. Okay. You remember rewinding cassettes with pencils? Ooh, me too. Be kind. Rewind. You could do your finger, yeah, you could do your pinky, but it would hurt. I had a Walkman too when I was a kid, dude. I don't know why. Because CDs were like already kind of the thing, but... We had a lot of cassette tapes because I have older sisters, I guess? And I wanted to listen to those, so I did have a cassette player. I feel like cars in general had cassette players for a long ass time. What's going on, Nissan? It's not flowing too well. I think I may glaze with a little bit of the black actually, towards the bottom of each of these things. I've never done glazing with pure black before. Let's give it a shot. I would like to smooth out some of the transitions a little bit if possible. Should be okay. Feels like going straight to the Administratum Gray is a bit harsh. If I can, I don't know, sort of glaze it away and smooth it out with a bit of the black, that would be nice. I'm just wondering if the black is too strong of a color for glazing. I gotta be careful I don't glaze too aggressively and like spill it onto the red skin. That would suck. Do I think StarCraft will evolve? Like as a game? Yeah, strategies always evolve. New maps have a very significant impact on that, of course. It's the same for, well, for example, balance patches, right? But even without those things, the game will definitely still evolve. Just slower. But we see new strategies pop up all the time still. Lately, mech is back again in ZVT, which is kind of cool. Pig's rant was pretty... I didn't see Pig's rant. What did Pig rant about? Yeah, that's been a fucking thing for months now, man. Blizzard is doing very little, it seems. Very frustrating. Blizzard is not communicative at all anymore. It's really shitty. But I've complained about that many times. For a long time. I thought maybe there was something new. Just old frustration still going in, huh? Okay, these little spikes do take a little bit of time, guys. I thought this was gonna be a little bit, look how many there still are on the tail. No, obviously not. Reverting the changes from the Balance Council would be super dumb. People will always complain, man. Whatever you do on the internet, whatever it is, even if you do your absolute best, people will always complain. People will just complain in a different direction. So for the longest time they complained about David Kim, for the longest time they complained about the StarCraft 2 development team, and the latest way to complain is to complain about the Balance Council. People will always complain, it doesn't matter. I think across the board, what the Balance Council has done in StarCraft 2 is actually really solid. Like, they're intelligent changes. Now, I don't agree with all of it, and I don't think, you know, the entirety of the Community Balance Council would also agree with that, you know, not everything worked out perfectly, but I mean, come on, man. You'd have to be insane to think that a random guy on Reddit that plays the game every once in a while on a Saturday afternoon when he has 30 minutes of time can do a better job balancing the game than people that play the game for a living and you know, try their absolute hardest to keep the game relevant. The vocal minority is generally vocal but not very good. No need to get personal, Loco. I'm sorry you felt attacked, Mr. Shine. You just started laddering again? Nice. It's true the changes slowly killed off more volatile and exciting strategies. Is that true? Do you think the game is more or less volatile than it used to be? Keep in mind that the patch that Blizzard left the Balance Council with was the triple Stargate mass void ray meta. Remember that bullshit? Like when people just mass void rays all the time? That was the glorious patch that Blizzard left the Balance Council with, and they're like, yep, this is it, GG, bye. Like that was the patch. Like let's pretend like that was the glory days of StarCraft 2. It's insane. I think one of the reasons why we see less variety in strategies in StarCraft 2 these days, some of it is due to balance, sure, but I also think it's mostly due to the fact that people are just really freaking good at the game. I think they have polished out Zerg variety too much. I think we could get a little bit of love there. Little things like maybe moving, I don't know, Zerg drops back to hatchery tech or something like that. I agree, man. We should definitely continuously see changes. But that's what I'm saying, man. Like, people just kind of point to the Balance Council and like say this is the source of all problems now, which is just absurd. One thing that is kind of nice though, if you follow StarCraft closely, is that it's also kind of a reflection of life. I know this goes a bit far, but people do the exact same thing in IRL too. People will just point at whoever is currently in charge and then blame all their mistakes and all the problems on them specifically, and nothing ever takes, you know, nobody seems to take personal action against a lot of this stuff, and it's always frustrating, man. No, but seriously, it's very true. I have seen people on Reddit make their own balance patches, and not once have I really thought, you know what, this is a good idea. Now, there have been a couple of things that I think are decent. But across the board, I think most suggestions I have seen the community suggest are not ideal. Look, we've tried a couple different ways of balancing in the game, okay? We have tried having Blizzard be held responsible for their actions. They've kind of stepped away. We're no longer doing that. We have done an aristocracy, where basically the Community Balance Council is in charge of all of the things, but stuff's still moving slow because everybody kind of needs to be in agreement. We kind of have to all accept that not everything is going to be perfect, yada, yada, yada. I would like to propose to be the dictator of balance in StarCraft 2. Leave it all to me, gamers. I will work it out. Anything I say goes. It'll be far more effective. A vote for me is a final vote. If you vote for me, you will never vote again. Yeah, we need a community czar. That's what we need, exactly. I will rule with an iron fist. But stuff will happen. Shit will get done. Now, I don't know what people want, man. All jokes aside, I think the only constant is that people will complain. I think that is the only constant we have in the StarCraft community. Folks will complain. That's okay, they can complain. It would be really nice though if Blizzard takes their head out of the sand and actually just continues a little bit of work on StarCraft 2 every once in a while. Like, we're not even asking for much. It's a fucking glorious game, and it seems like the higher-ups at Blizzard agree. We just need the tiniest amount of support. It's not even a lot. I still think that we'll get around to it at some point. It just seems that a machine as big as Microsoft just moves very slowly, dude. It feels like everything's fucking slow. I think it's mostly due to just the size of the company. Like, I kind of feel like they're dropping the ball on, like, the easiest way to cash in as Blizzard right now. And that would be World of Warcraft Vanilla. Like, how is there still no, like... I know they're working on some of it, but my god, man, it's still... Like, that seems like such a low-hanging fruit. Develop a little bit of content for that. Do it the same way that old school RuneScape does it. If they can't monetize additional content for StarCraft 2, they won't ever make moves for it. Well, I mean, they're still paying money to keep the servers on. At that point, why pay money to keep the servers on? Just take those offline too. What's the point? They clearly see some value. I don't know, it just frustrates me greatly. Exactly. Yeah, so maintaining a loyal customer base is very valuable. It's not that long ago that people that like Blizzard games would buy literally every single Blizzard game. Like 10 years ago, everybody that liked StarCraft or Heroes of the Storm or whatever, people would buy whatever Blizzard produced. And that entire like player loyalty, like all of those lateral steps from one game to the next, have effectively disappeared over the last decade, which I think is a real shame. It's a lot of short-term thinking. Oh, they've lost a lot of people to other companies. There's a lot of gaming developing studios, right? And a lot of the senior folks have left a long time ago at this point. Now you can obviously rehire, but it's all a very slow process. It just takes forever. I'm hoping that at some point they will get back to it. Considering they're still developing Age of Empires 4, even Age of Empires 2 is getting regular updates, it makes zero sense to not give StarCraft a little bit of love as well. Like if we're spending money on Age of Empires, we should also definitely be spending money on StarCraft 2. Unless they're also going to drop that and they take the other direction. But it just seems a bit silly to me. Anyways, thank you for listening to my TED Talk. I will be taking questions now. I've ranted about this a gajillion times before. Yeah, I may check it out, Edzilla. I saw that game. It looked pretty fun. Yapping is what you're here for? Fair enough. Nah, it's just a bit frustrating. StarCraft is just such a glorious game. Like, obviously I'm biased. Because I also, you know, run my YouTube channel and all that. Mostly StarCraft 2 related, but... Dang, trying to wipe away my mistake. There we go. Do you think in the current political space, StarCraft 2 will survive? I think StarCraft will continue, yeah. But I mean, it's always tricky, right? We've been in a bit of an uncertain spot with StarCraft for years, and I think the next year will be kind of important. We could go into like the direction of a Warcraft 3 right now, where it's just kind of doing its own thing. It kind of feels like that is the most likely scenario, with some folks that run their own tournaments and whatnot, which will definitely make the scene take a nosedive. A lot of it comes down to EWC, I guess, as to whether or not contracts get renewed and whether or not people will tune in. Uncertain times, man. I think a lot of it also depends on how good Stormgate turns out to be completely frank with you. I know a lot of people don't necessarily care for that game, but Stormgate, in my mind, still has very real potential. And if that game turns out to be even remotely similar to StarCraft 2, a lot of people will be more than happy to give it a try, and with an active development team, I can imagine a lot of tournaments will be more than happy to give them a shot. Obviously, the game won't be as good as StarCraft 2 on release, with StarCraft having a very significant head start, but some people have already given up on that game entirely, which I think is unfair. Yeah, everything looks way nicer now. I will definitely play Stormgate when it releases, yeah. I think what they're doing right now in Stormgate should have been what they did from the start. Just lay low, make your game, give people an opportunity to try, develop it alongside the community a little bit. But mostly, just do your shit. I think it has a lot of potential. I think in a weird way, Stormgate has been too communicative. Like, they've been too open. Which I think is what people say they want. But then when company actually is very open and transparent and like they're trying to communicate everything, people are like, oh fuck, this is not what I want at all. It's a bit weird. I think as soon as you start selling a product, that's when you open yourself up to a shitload of criticism. There we go, getting a little spikes down. Thank you, Fun and Cook. I don't remember Gideon. I don't think I have. Maybe as a kid. I just really like RTS games, man. Especially the Blizzard-style RTS games. I think they're very, very good. And at this point, frankly speaking, there's no alternative to StarCraft 2 that even comes close to it. And until that point, I think StarCraft will be fine, because there's always going to be people interested in the game. But obviously pro gamers are human beings that need to eat. So if the scene ends up shrinking because there's not enough money in tournament earnings and everything else, and it sort of already has happened. In a very strange way, I kind of feel like StarCraft 2's future also kind of depends on what guys like Zero and Clem do. It sounds a little bit pathetic to put that much, you know, to put that much emphasis on them. If Zero at some point decides, okay, I'm done, bye, I'm gonna go live somewhere in the middle of nowhere in Finland and you guys won't ever hear from me again, that would be really hurtful for the game. I think people will immediately call that the end. Which is kind of insane, no? But I'm pretty sure people will be like, well, that's it. It's been a good run. Now we do have one really nice saving grace there though. What is the transferable skill of a professional RTS player, chat? Where do you go from there? MOBAs? I don't know about that. Technically possible, of course. Man, there's a lot of little spikes we're painting. It's always difficult though to predict the future for these sort of things. All I really know is that people have predicted that StarCraft 2 is a dead game for about literally a decade now. I'm not even exaggerating there. People have told me that StarCraft 2 is a dead game for at least a decade. So we're still here. It's a slow ass death. It really is. And if I look at my own analytics, which obviously is only a portion, but the amount of folks interested in StarCraft 2 is basically identical year over year. There's a very large amount of people that like to watch StarCraft 2, especially on YouTube. There's way more views on YouTube than there are on Twitch or all the live streaming platforms combined. It is one of the things that I think in general the StarCraft community always forgets about and has been forgetting about for about, well, as long as Reddit is around for. People kind of equate the health span of the game to viewer numbers on Twitch. And I think that's important. But it's only one piece of the pie. Like, it's the only metric people seem to have a look at. Because that's how it was done back in, 2010 when StarCraft 2 first came out. Like, that's where a lot of the folks were. What, foe? Where did that come from? Hold up. What did I miss? Twitch overall definitely doesn't have the same numbers, I don't think, as they used to. Like, COVID days were very good for streaming. Exactly, T-Neon. That's exactly it. So there's a lot of people that used to watch StarCraft 2 live back in the day that still enjoy watching the game, but treat it a little bit more as in, you know, a conventional sport where you occasionally tune in to check the highlights. It's a very different vibe, you know? Like if you're, like, I don't know, if you're in college and you're just kind of hanging out during the day, or you have to, I don't know, go to work during the week and have a wife and kids, right? Like it's a different vibe. I also think in general, tournaments don't do a great job advertising. There's a lot of tournaments going on, but it's always difficult to know. Like if you compare it to like Formula 1 or NFL or whatever, like there's a set amount of games and you know when they're going to be, and there's like this like moment of living up to that point. It's a little different, I think, in esports in general. It's always tough. I'm decently plugged into the SC2 scene and I didn't know when the Home Story Cup was. Mate, I don't even know anything about Home Story Cup at this point, Nolan. I have no clue about it. Like, it's happening next weekend. Like, not this upcoming weekend, but like, next week. I haven't reached out to the tournament organizer. Maybe I should. But communication is dreadful at this point, like at least online. There's not even a Liquipedia page that is currently populated as far as I'm aware. I haven't heard anything about anything. So like the way people find out that there is a tournament happening is if they stumble upon it on Twitch. And then they're like, oh shit, there's a tournament happening. That's like 90% of the search, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm going. But that's next week. It's not this week, but it's next week, Nolan. But like, I also don't know who's gonna be there. The Liquipedia page is still blank? That's wild, though. I'm sure Naruto is in over his head, though, with all of, like, you know, I'm pretty sure he's overwhelmed with all of the things that are needing to be done, so I don't really want to, like, you know, make it worse. And I feel like this is not just a StarCraft thing, though. It's like an esports thing in general. You would need somebody to like standardize the calendar. And that can really only be done by a Blizzard. Or, for example, a large organization like the EWC. Or like a DreamHack. Or an ESL. Right? But not random guys on the internet. There's a little bit of blue in there, Lokamuni. Maybe I should add a little bit more of it, though. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I do have to add a little bit more to it. It's kind of visible in IRL. I feel like it's maybe a little harsher on camera. You see a little bit of blue in the drool? Yeah. I could definitely make it a little stronger. I think in general though, esports marketing is always suboptimal. It's good on Human Bean. Ooh, thank you. Just practice. I'm gonna take a short little break here from painting in the spikes. We still have to do the tail. The tail is very small though. Shouldn't be the end of the world. I would like to do... I think I'm gonna change the color of this little section over here on the tail. Or on the ball and the chain. I'm gonna make some copper. A little bit of copper there. You think it's about average? Well, the tail has a lot of spikes, is what I'm saying. Yeah, let's add a little bit of color variety there. Because I don't like how it's all the same thing. I'll try and make it a little bit more coppery over here. Trying to stay off of the parts that I don't want to paint. I think that'll look nice, yeah. I think that'll look way better. Yeah, esports marketing is funky, man. Like, it's very rare that a tournament is like announced way ahead in time and that we all know it's going to be happening and people are living to the moment, you know? There's no clear calendar for a lot of stuff. Which is a little bit of a shame. Like, how many years have I been making YouTube videos for? And how many times have I been asked to promote a tournament? I think it's been like once, maybe. But there's a pretty large reach on YouTube of people that would like to watch a tournament but don't even know that it's happening. Never do I really get asked for those sorts of things though. It's a lot of budgets, I guess, that are pretty small, and then, you know, you have to dedicate wherever your money is gonna go, and yeah, tricky. Tricky, tricky, tricky. It's happened a bunch of times in the past, actually, that I asked for, like, before a tournament takes place, I ask if, in exchange for replays, I will help them promote the tournament on YouTube. I've asked this several times, and it's always been declined. There's some events out there that don't want their replay packs shared. Now, this is mostly back in the day. These days it's pretty public, but it's always a bit weird. I think I need a little bit more of my Ashen Gray for all the little spikes on the tail. Don't have enough on my palette. How does that work in other esports events? I mean, I feel like in general, there's a lot of low-hanging fruits for some of the established companies too, though. Like, for example, they stopped doing GSL for a long time. It seems, and I don't really know, but it seems that it's mostly a financial thing. Because it's expensive to run a tournament like that. But at the same time, in all the years that GSL has been running for, I have never once seen a proper English ad. Like, it seems that the majority of the people that watch are international, aka not Korean. But I've seen a lot of ads for Korean companies where it seems to me they've just kind of thrown in the English audience too, rather than actually help. It just seems a bit weird to me. Why is that not marketed at all? I have seen for years people ask if they can maybe buy one of those Pro Gamer jerseys that they, at least for a long time, used to make for the GSL Code S's. And as far as I know, they have never had a store available where you can go and pick those sort of things up. Like, there are so many low-hanging fruits. It's not even hard. I really like the Korean ads, don't get me wrong. But I can't even buy the freaking energy drink anywhere, Lokamuni. I have seen the ads for the energy drink for years, and I can't buy it anywhere. Why is there no advertising for the international audience if that's where the majority of the viewers are from? It's really odd. They were also very hesitant to do a Patreon for a very long time. Why? Like, I don't understand. There's so many. And now we're once more with GSL going into like the dark ages, you know? How are we not? How do we not know shit? It's weird. Gaming monitor. I do love those ads very much. Maybe it's a cultural thing. But I've thought about these things for hours over the years, man. It's just, it's weird. Yeah, maybe that's it, Mr. Shine. Maybe that's it. But the English broadcast seems to be separate from the English broadcast. There's no reason not to have the two of them. I think it's probably a cultural thing. It's the only thing that makes sense. Okay. Little highlights on the tail. Whew. Getting a little tired of these tiny little lines. Been painting little tiny lines for a while. Starting to feel like work. Oh no. There's like a bunch of YouTubers from mini painters out there, man, that like just produce stuff. They just keep making and they must be painting all day. It's a lot of focus, that's for sure. Is this what it's like to work, guys? Is this? So when you're painting your plastic soldiers at work, Rambo, what do you... Did you change your username again, by the way, Rambo? For some reason, that underscore looks extra cursed to me today. Oh no. I think we should outlaw changing usernames. How about that? No more changing usernames. Memoria was triggered because the underscore wasn't in the middle. You tried to help, but it was unsuccessful. Memoria is very difficult to please. You tried your best, man. You really did. I'm proud of you. You're a man of the people. Okay. You wish low clap was animated? Yeah, it is nice. It'd be nice. I have a couple of emojis that I would like to have animated, but it's kind of expensive to pay somebody to animate everything, chat. Takes a while for people to, you know. A little bit of white towards the tips, but only the tips. Just the tips. You like low, fine, the best? Yeah, that's a good emoji. We have a lot of really good emojis, honestly. I mean, I'm only slightly biased, but still. Ba-da-da-ba. Ba-da-da-da. 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 For $5 a month, you can get them too. Absolutely, Zalmak. Well spoken. Well said. You have a way with words. I'm gonna try and mellow this out a little bit. Try to smooth out those little transitions. Tiny little bit. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da.
Words underscore.
Yo!
What underscore are underscore words. Underscore do underscore you underscore wash underscore your underscore hands underscore before underscore sleep underscore. I underscore no
Do I wash my hands before sleep? Usually, yeah, I guess. I wash my face, Red Panda. You can't possibly be washing your face with dirty hands. I think we can all agree with that, dude. Great question to be celebrating your 4-year resub with. Huge. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate the long-term support. Glad you're all still enjoying it. Even when I'm ranting a little bit. Have I done it? Have I done the din? Have I done it? Have I done it? I think I may have done it. It do be like it done. Surely he's done it. I need a little bit more of my metallic paints. Where's my metallic paints, chat? I have paint bottles all over me, okay? They're covering my entire body. I'm looking for one particular paint bottle, though. Found it. Am I smelling burnt toast right now? Good question. I done not. Did I drink it? Dang, you caught me, man. I just like the flavor, okay? Pew, 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 pew. I feel like you guys are judging me. I'm not having a stroke, chat. I'm just done it. Corn blood? It's not called corn blood, it's called blood for the blood god. Come on, Degno. If you're gonna try and be part of the crew, at least, you know, get the names right. Putain. Ever since I learned Degno is French, I've been using a lot of French swear words. Degno watched for many years without realizing that this would happen. Mort du rire, am I right? Okay. Only for Degno? Well, I just don't know a lot of swear words in other languages, that's really it. I'm thinking about applying like an all-over, like, unifying coat over some of these little spiky things. With a little bit of ash and gray mixed into it too. Away from the tips. Try and mellow out some of those transitions a tad. Some of these are a little harsh. Trying to make sure that they're not. Pretty pleased with how this has come out now. Could be worse. Can I speak Quebec. Do I know English swear words? Nee. Die ken ik niet, chat. Alleen maar Frans. Kom op zeg. Gewoon Frans. Alleen Frans. Guess who had their Corpus Christi holiday extended? Yo, big. You get extra holidays. Maybe you got fired. Have you checked? Because that would make the holiday less fun if you got fired first. Ba, 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 da. Just checking, just checking. I would like to relayer some in the middle section over here with some thin lead belcher. Bring a little bit of the shine back because it is extremely muted. I think actually changing a varnish will already make that a little bit better. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. This tiny little black spot over here on one of the teeth. Don't do that, Loco. Okay, okay. I think I want to make the golden tooth a little bit more golden. It's a little bit too... There's definitely a cavity there, man. Some of those teeth are absolutely messed up. I think secretly, the Squig may be in a bunch of pain. They see this all the time in Egyptian mummies when they dig those up. Basically, all of them had some sort of fucked up tooth. All the mummies. Well, the people that they used to be were probably in pain. They didn't have toothpaste, chat. You know what they did have? Rocks in their bread. Suboptimal to be eating sand, it turns out. Not great for your teeth. Hey Loco, I'm new here. Do you buy unpainted figures? Is there any kind of game you can play with them? Yeah, so there are games you can play with them, but don't ask me the rules. I have no idea. So this particular miniature looked like this. I have to still paint the second of the two. So they come on a sprue, and you have to glue them together. And then I primed it in black. And that's what an unpainted one looks like. There's a couple of little goblins on top. This guy is going to be angled like this, and this guy is going to be underneath it. So these two are gonna be glued on top of one of the other, kind of like this. It's gonna look cool. I think it's gonna look cool. Ooh, don't drop it, Loco. Bad for the Squig's health if you drop them on their head. Yeah, so you don't just paint them, you also have to build them. You can play games with them, but I honestly don't know how to do it. Probably not that hard. To get the hang of the basics. I don't play with my plastic soldiers, I just paint them. Yeah, if you drop them on their heads, they'll get smarter. You gotta be careful. All right, guys. I may do some more finishing touches here and there at later times, but I think that is this one pretty much done. Is there anything left that you look at and that thinks, or you think like looks a little bit rough, a little bit unfinished? Anything in particular you think I should address? The tongue? I painted the tongue. It's kind of difficult to paint, dude, because it's like right in there. But I did try to paint the tongue. He needs more cavities. One of his teeth over there. That one definitely has a cavity, the one on the right. I painted the roof of the mouth too, a little tricky. Kind of just jammed the brush in there and hope for the best. I think we got some nice colors all around the mini across the board. Yeah, I am very pleased with how this thing has turned out. I think this is the nicest thing I've painted. I'm very happy with the skin in particular. I'm gonna try, I've decided that I think I'm gonna do this one like an icy blue. So these two are gonna be stacked on top of one another, and then they are gonna get stacked together on top of the base. The base will be relatively quick, I think, but it's gonna be nice.
Gamers, happy Friday to the beautiful and sexy people of chat and to the beautiful and sexy. Please tell me this mini needs a touch up so I have an excuse to keep painting God Emperor logo. Hope you are well.
No, I was just wondering, man, maybe something here looks a little off. Somebody said earlier that maybe the blue on the drool over here can be emphasized a bit more. I can definitely try to add a little bit more color to the blue. Thank you very much, Mickey. I will keep painting for as long as I like, Mickey. I'm a strong and independent streamer. You cannot tell me what to do, buddy. It's drool! Yes, he's drooling. Come on, man, you've never seen a Squig drool? You've been wondering what it is, I guess, for a while. It is a little weird. Yeah, it's really tricky, exactly, because obviously, believe it or not, drool would be a liquid. And getting it to, you know, look right, like what color is drool? I'm thinking like a whitish, bluish color, but it's not really based on anything. It's like, what color is water? The water is the color yes, I think. Yeah, there are little bubbles. So there's actually multiple tongue options for this miniature when you build it. I'm not joking. There are a couple different tongue variations you can go for. And one of them doesn't have drool coming out of the mouth. But I really like the drool. Even though maybe I should have chosen the other one because it's kind of tricky to understand what is actually happening here. I think it looks pretty good though. Okay. I think the last thing I need to go ahead and do is varnish this thing all over. I will use the airbrush for that. So I gotta break the fourth wall, chat. Oh no. It's just a piece of paper as a background piece? Oh no. Your immersion. It was just a piece of paper. We're all in a simulation together. Nothing's real. Everything you believe is fake. But this does mean that it is time to bring out my trusty old friend. An absolute stream favorite. Something that only makes an appearance every once in a while. And it's been about a month. My dear old friend, Cardboard Box. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Cardboard Box. There it is. A rare occurrence. Some people have a fancy, beautiful looking setup for their airbrushing. I use a cardboard box. Nice, right? Now, I want to do a mix of these two varnishes together. Ultra matte and glossy. We just gotta shake the shit out of it, you know? Actually, I gotta not do that on stream, but we gotta shake this properly for a little bit. Also, actually, I need to make sure that I blow dry this thing properly too, so it's like fully... Dry! Dry faster! I want to do like an all-over airbrush varnish. I think I'm gonna do like 7 drops of this, 3 drops of that, something like that. Which is gonna make it not so matte as it is right now. And it'll probably make the colors look slightly nicer. Now in order to do it properly, we got a magical tool called the airbrush. Ta-da! Bam! Bam! Okay, so we gotta connect the hose. Do you hear it? Gotta make sure it's empty. It is empty. I need to grab an old shitty brush. Let me see. This one will do. Gotta grab my little spray paint cleaner thing too. Okay. So what we do is add a little bit of medium. We add a little bit of medium, like maybe 2 or 3 drops. There we go. That'll do. Hey, thank you very much. Chicken waffles. Appreciate you. This is going to be 7 drops of this stuff, and then like 3 of the gloss. There we go. There we go. This is basically just to protect the paint layers. So right now, acrylic paint is pretty strong, but it's also reasonably fragile. Like if you're not careful, you can accidentally basically rub off some of the paint, which is bad. So I want to try and create a protective layer. Also, a lot of the paints, so I've used a couple different brands of paints, just because I have them. And generally speaking, the paint brands have different finishes. And if you're not careful, you're gonna have different levels of shine to the different parts of the Mini. Now, sometimes that's an effect you can go for, but not always. So we basically just want to do a little bit of a burst. All over. To try and make it nice and safe. So it can be handled. And even if it like lives on the shelf for years, it should basically never change. Nah, we don't need gloves. I'll just wash my hands in a sec. Maybe we should use gloves. You can use gloves if you want to. I don't care. This is such a small amount, it's fine. Okay, my little cup is empty. Now we don't want to touch this for a little bit. I'll put it away safely. Mostly because you can get fingerprints and stuff if you're not careful. So we don't want to add fingerprints onto the Mini. That'd be suboptimal. And now we gotta clean the airbrush. Loco is too cool for safety precautions. I mean, you probably do, if you're gonna do a lot of airbrushing, you definitely want to make sure you have some sort of protective measure. There's people out there that airbrush like, you know, hours every single day. Specifically like respirators and stuff. I've read a couple of research papers on it, and it seems like in general, unless you paint a ton, or you use the airbrush for many hours every day, it doesn't seem to make much of a difference, but yeah, you probably should. I do read sometimes. I like Mr. Shine. Okay. Let me see. It's going to take a minute to dry. But, final look at the Mini. I mean, it's gonna take a few hours to fully settle. I may make a couple of small little adjustments here and there. When I notice them. Yeah, the teeth look a little bit less dull now. A little bit more. The two little green men are Martians? They're goblins, Iblis! You know how much effort I put into painting the fucking goblins for you to only go ahead and call them Martians? No, okay, yeah, you can call them Martians. It's okay. Pretty good, guys. Very happy with this. It's been many hours in the making. Now we just have to go and do the other one. Yay!